Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this panel, to the Futurelab Day. Welcome to Planet B. A different life is possible, but how? We're very happy about everyone who is here on site and joining online. We will start shortly with our opening talk. First, let me introduce myself very quickly. I'm your stage host and moderator for today's session, and I'm working as researcher and artist at the Ars Electronica Futurelab. My background is technical physics, and I'm studying in the teacher's trainee program for physics and arts. All right, and now in my speaker's notes, they wrote, introduce the man who doesn't need an introduction. I suppose that must be Gerfried Stocker. Welcome him on stage with me. He is our director of Ars Electronica and media artist, telecommunicator, engineer, and he's also the man who introduced or created the Futurelab together with others. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Well, the most important word was the together, because the Futurelab wouldn't exist if it would have been just the idea of one single person. And of course, at this point, Ernst, you should really get the credits for it, because the one thing is to have an idea and say, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we have our own laboratory? And then the other thing is 20-something, 27, 26 years of hard work to make it possible and to keep it alive. And I think this is a very good connection already to the topic that you brought up with this, because when we talk about resilience and we talk about how art, creativity in particular, this collaboration between art and science and the collaboration of art and science, then of course we also have to start to think about the resilience of these institutions, these places, these initiatives. How can we be resilient to provide with our energy, with our ideas, with the spirit of collaboration to provide for the larger society? And I think this should be an important topic of these meetings as well. There will be several other discussions also and groups throughout the festival, because I think this is a topic that is becoming more and more important, of course, in the wake of financial problems that we all have to expect for the coming years. I mean, the economy is not really so bright when we look in the coming future. And I think even more so, this idea to really discuss about resilience, what is necessary and what can we contribute to resilience is really very timely, and there couldn't be, in my opinion, a better place again than Ars Electronica and the Futurelab doing this. I think one of the really interesting things that we are often discussing in these art-science collaborations is, of course, what is actually the purpose of it? Do we do we expect that products are coming out? We have these people who approach us and say, great, yes, we need your creativity. Give us a piece of creativity because we need new business ideas and new products. And this is something that, of course, also politics is really, they like to hear this and they immediately think, oh, great, and now the artists are working with the industry and they get their budgets on their own, so we don't need to provide for it. And I think it's, again and again, it is this very important issue to think about it of ecosystems. We are working in this battle on this frontier of collaborations between these very different areas since many, many years. This is actually the founding myth, so to say, of Ars Electronica. 43 years ago, imagine this, a few people came here together in Linz and said, well, let's do a festival for art, technology and society. In 1979, I think the interesting point behind it was an artist, a scientist and a journalist who came together. And I'm always joking that maybe they were not so visionary to understand already the power of this formula, art, technology, and society. Maybe they just couldn't come to terms Should it be an art and music festival? Should it be a science conference? Or should it be just a great event where people have fun and the city is full with people? And probably because they couldn't come to terms, at the end they said, okay, let's give it a damn, just call it Festival for Art, Technology and Society, and everybody's happy. And behind this kind of joking anecdote, and I don't know how it was, whenever I ask these people, and unfortunately this year already the last of the 3 people who were involved in the birth of Ars Electronica passed away. Herbert W. Franke, Hannes Leopold-Seder, the journalist, passed away 2 years ago, and Hubert Bognermeier, the musician, actually already in the 90s. So now it's really in the realm of myth. But what I think is so interesting about this playing with this idea that they just couldn't come to terms is this wonderful power, energy, possibility of art to be a space for controversy, to be a space that functions, that is productive, that is full of energy, even if we cannot come to terms and agree on something. And that maybe this is probably something like the best and the strongest asset that art, the realm of art, the people who live, who act, who work in this realm of art can contribute in a larger sense to our society, to this need to be resilient, to become resilient. We know from our traditional understanding of art, it is the place, artists are the people who have a counter-opinion. But I think nowadays we really must go this step further and think about the strengths that we can provide by being the place where things can exist simultaneously, even if they are totally contradictory. Because this is the big issue that we have to solve. The second thing, of course, is, in particular, art and science collaborations is the best, sometimes also the hardest training session you can do for collaboration at all. And we know to solve all these problems that we are discussing this year with Welcome to Planet B, need a scale of global collaboration that humanity so far has never achieved. So we need to do something that we have never achieved. And therefore we need any single technology, we need any single collaboration, we need any single alliance of experts from all the different fields. And I think this is what we are discussing here. And I hope this was not much more than 5 minutes, and without this, thank you very much, not only for coming to participate, but for all the wonderful contributions that we are expecting from you in this session, and many of you have also projects in the festival. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you everyone for coming. Thank you, Gerfried, for that awesome introduction. There was a lot in it already, a lot of thoughts, a lot of questions. Special about this format is that we will invite every one of you from the audience to join this discussion. It is not only a keynote and selected speakers, but it is you who can contribute something to this discourse. That is what we truly believe, and that is why this is called an open discussion. We'll come back to that later. The title is Creative Resilience for Planet B. Resilience, the ability to adapt to unknown and maybe unexpected, maybe unpleasant changes. To recover from misfortune. So what can creativity do to help us create more resilience? We will have a lot of interesting, important questions to be discussed later together, but first there will be an inspiration shower from our invited speakers. Thank you everyone for coming. We're very pleased to have you here. They will take us on a journey of very diverse perspectives. So stay tuned. We start with the first one already. Maybe someone of you already wants to take some notes about the thoughts and inspirations that you get during the session to be prepared for a discussion afterwards. All right, so our first speaker is Natalia. She's an emergent media artist currently exploring the possibilities of digital technologies as interliving entities, mutual aid media. In the content of indeterminate creation, their processes are interdisciplinary, open, collective, collaborative, communitarian. She's co-creator of the project Resist Like Bacteria, for which they were awarded for the Prix Ars Electronica this year, received the Golden Nika in Interactive Art Plus. So, what are your thoughts about creative resilience of microorganisms or broader living organisms? Stage is yours.
Thank you, Anna. Hello, everyone. I want to share something nice, and I write it because I want to say it clear. During the last years, there was an interesting question floating around. Is the virus alive or not? And one great unexpected answer was that we actually need to transform our understanding of what life is, of what the phenomena of the living is. That's where we are now, since some decades, and we might need maybe not one definition of life, but many. I want to share one with you that has been in dialogue within our Suratomica Network for Creation, Art, and Science, together with Colombian scholars such as Carlos Maldonado, Ileana Hernandez, and Raúl Niño. Life is that what is creative. Life is that which is creative. Let's just go quickly in our heads to the standard image of the evolution tree, to the phylogenetic tree. What a diversification of life. So many different expressions, so many different ways to break through, huge diversity of life, technologies. Just to mention one reference, those of bacteria, biofilm, the one that we explored together with Jung-Soo in our project, or horizontal gene transfer that allowed them, the bacteria, to share a global gene pool, to share DNA to each other to easily mutate and adapt. Amazing ways to transform information, matter, and energy. The DNA itself, the proteins, the ways they fold, and so on and so on. Can you imagine something more creative than all of that? And later on, Lynn Margulies' proposal. These are not separated species. These are not separated evolutionary processes, but we all living organisms, entangled with those understood as not living entities up to now, we in our biosphere, more in a network-like visualization, are constantly co-metabolizing, co-evolving, and in our narrative, co-creating. The network of evolution that we explored in this workshop in Cultivamos Cultura that you can see in the picture. Evolution as a fundamentally open process of creativity. We and our creative processes as an expression of nature's creative processes. Life has this immense strength. It self-organizes, it cannot be controlled, it understands no government, no borders, it is mutant, it diversifies, it is never static, it is an ongoing process of self-generation and the regeneration of the conditions for it to exist. So, if we trust more that life, if we understand that life creates us and through us, what we might need to do is to start eliminating all those heavy blocks of our rational organization that holds back our lifelike behavior. The divisions of disciplines, protocols, bureaucratic processes, rigid organizations, the aim of control that we humans want to have over life, over nature, the exploitative relation to nature. And furthermore, the idea that we need to organize, for instance, in nation states. This is what we are exploring in Suratomica, the Suratomica network, how to co-create and co-evolve with other humans and the whole biosphere as true living organisms. How to fracture those heavy blocks for life to emerge, because creativity is not exceptional. It is not given to a few, it doesn't belong only to arts. It is the nature of the living and its way to break through, to resist, and to enable life itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natalia. Next one is Yuima Nakasato. He's a Japanese fashion designer who founded his eponymous fashion label in 2009. And he presented his collections at Paris Haute Couture Fashion Weeks ever since 2016. He holds a Master of Arts from the Royal Academy of Fine Arts, Antwerp, where his graduate collection earned multiple awards in Europe. So please welcome with me Yuima. With your designs, you're not primarily creating clothes, you're making statements. So the question is, according to your experience, how can artistic approaches make communication possible independent of backgrounds, of knowledge, of language, of skills?
Okay. Nice to meet you. I'm Yuima Nakasato, fashion designer based in Tokyo. I'm very happy to be here. So I'm a fashion designer, but I'm designing the one-of-a-kind design of a garment, which is a couture in the French. So it's age of the mass production today, but I'm designing one-of-a-kind design, especially for the wearer, because I felt some potential in the one-of-a-kind design. Because each person has a different originality and different identity, but mass production is not able to cover and also the respect for each person and each wearer. So, in the history, only limited people are able to wear one-of-a-kind design, especially for the wearer. So I really wanted to change the situation and system of the industry. So I really needed the groundbreaking idea to production costs. Well, these visions come from my personal experience. In the beginning of our career, I designed order-made costume for the person, and the wearer was so happy. And then I realized, and I found that fashion design is able to people make happy, but unfortunately only limited people are able to get this opportunity to experience. So this was a starting point of my journey. And then 3 years ago, I found a miracle technique and idea. It's called biosmoking. And these pictures, this side, this is a patterns of a corset and garment left side. So this technique is using like a special fabric. It's called brood protein, which is artificial protein materials. And this material has special functions. It's called supercontraction. When you put it in the water, it's 40% shrink. So it's quite like a negative point when it's fabric, it's 40% shrink with the water. But I thought this is super unique because it's like a fabric is moving themselves. So, and by accident, I found that it's able to control by digital print. So this pattern is just a square and just moving themselves by themselves. So I found it like a special print which is able to fix the shrinking. So print without print, print without print. So in the end, it's able to control how they move. So we found it a way. So this pattern and all the lines calculating fit it's all fit for the wearer's body. So also, it's no cutout. There are no wastes because it's just a rectangle or square to fit on the body. Actually, this is a Japanese kimono philosophy because kimono made by only the rectangle patterns. So, but also the Western tailoring is to make a curve to fit on the body. So actually, this is East and West, like a different approach of the body, or fusioning each other. So it's able to fit on the human's body, but also there are no wastes over in the process, the making process of the garment. So also changing some like a data, it's very easy to fit on the wearer's body and size, and also it's able to change their designs. So there are potential. It's a still experimental phase, but it could be groundbreaking idea of a production cost because there are no need run fret. Just put it in the water and popping up this garment. So in the center, there are like black cloths. And this will be like a popping up, becoming a three-dimensional. So two-dimensional, it's in almost like 1 minute to becoming a three-dimensional garment. So it could be, this idea might be democratized of a couture in the future. So this is my visions. Eventually, each and every garment will be unique and different. This is my visions. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Rashin Fahadeh. She's an Iranian-American storyteller and cultural activist. Her artistic initiatives are multi-year experimental laboratories for collective radical imaginations of social systems, using counter-narratives of care and co-creation. As assistant professor at the Emerson College Department of Visual and Media Arts, she has launched a pioneering XR co-creation documentary initiative in partnership with federal probation offices, Nurturing Fatherhood Program, where students, formerly incarcerated fathers, and probation officers co-create personal documentary projects. As an artist working at the intersection of art, technology, society, social justice, you have introduced the idea of art as ecosystem. How do you see the possibilities in art and creative processes creating social resilience and alternative ways of ecosystems?
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Losing my voice already. It's wonderful to be here. Thank you all. So, human society is a complex ecosystem. Social challenges do not exist in isolation. They are a network of interconnected challenges. But however, our social construct and methodologies and funding resources are mainly designed to tackle problems in vacuum, to make them easily understandable. And that in itself is the failure, because that process creates innumerable blind spots and leaves many people and perspectives and don't fit many people's and perspectives that they don't fit the conventional forms. So in that sense, Ars Electronica feels like a home because it does in nature try to breaks those boundaries and bring different disciplines and people together to do that. So I'm excited to talk about this and be with you here. And I think as artists and creative problem solvers, we offer unique perspectives and processes that are simultaneously powerful, but also intimate, and often missing from many decision-making tables thinking about future world. So with that, I was thinking that how us as an individual artist could force that ecosystem and create that pattern that mimics the way that the society is in order to tackle the issues. So I define art as ecosystem as a network of intersectional collaborations with individuals, communities, and institutions that allows for that multiplicity of perspective and the diversity of perspective to coexist. The creation process itself becomes the opportunity to collectively investigate social systems and shift the dominant narratives around pressing issues. And being an artist at the intersection of art, technology, and media and storytelling, I really believe in the power of storytelling and personal narratives in a way that this ecosystem allows for personal and political issues to sort of intersect. And that intersectionality allows for our full humanity coexist. The issues of gender, the issues of class, climate justice, we cannot isolate any of these from each other, and we need to have a more holistic perspective of them. And then often as when we think about creative process and future thinking, most of the time we think about the vision and the creation, and often miss to discuss the philosophies and methodologies. And I think that's what I want to invite all of us to think together. And co-creation has been a methodology that I'm embracing in the work, especially when it comes to social justice issues, because art and technology space is in a constant development and change and formation. And in the formation of that, it is important that we consider whose perspective we are missing, who is not here at the table. And with that, I want to kind of bring a few quotes from a very important field study that it will be actually published by Weizsäcker and William Uricchio, and it will be published as a book to think about what co-creation it is or could be, and it's based off many projects in the field. The concept of co-creation reframes the ethics of who creates and how and why, and interprets the word and seeks to change it through the lens of equity and justice. And another important aspect of it is that the process evolves within the communities and with people rather than being made for and about them. And when we are considering this idea of working together and collaborating, I want to leave you today with this question of, in order to imagine a planet B and imagine a different world, how can we, as artists, consider those blind spots, the people who are not here to think about with us, not because we want to be diversifying, but because without those visions, there is no way we can create a holistic planet B. Thank you.
Thank you. Amazing. Next is Adrian Hoydonk. He is Senior Vice President of BMW Design Group. And for him, I quote, design combines art and engineering. Automotive designs need to offer more than just functionality. It needs to be at the forefront of technology and sustainability. So you're working in a leadership position at the intersection of art and technology. What would you say from your experience in this field is helpful to get people from all different backgrounds, from all different nations, skills, motives to join on one vision together?
Yeah, thank you, and good morning to you all. Thank you for having me here. and to participate here. I had to select one single picture to sort of illustrate what we do and how we do it. And as you notice, it's not a car, it's not a motorcycle, it's an open road. And I think that does really depict what the team of 700 people that I'm part of is doing and how we're doing it, or how we approach designing mobility. Because this picture for me, the open road, for me that shows freedom, it shows exploration, discovery, meeting new people, meeting new cultures, and experimentation. So that's actually what motivates us doing what we do. And why I selected this picture in thinking about this talk was that somebody once said that if you want to motivate a team of people to build a ship, don't show them pictures of ships, show them a picture of the ocean. So in my case, since the mobility that we do is mostly land-based, it's an open road. But it is, I think, encapsulating a lot of things that mobility has given us so far. And the only thing is, of course, in order to preserve this, in order to continue to enjoy this, we have to go through a lot of change. And I think you're all aware of this. And that's actually what we're here to talk about and to think about with you today. I'm an industrial designer, and for me, industrial design is really a mix between art and engineering. I'm from Holland. I studied industrial design at the Technical University in Delft. You get trained in problem solving, and right now, I think we all know, there's plenty of problems that need solving. So yes, that is going to be an even bigger part, or has become an even bigger part of our job right now already. But like artists, I think we need to do much more than that. We need to deliver things that people relate to on an emotional level, that really directly speak to your senses. And if we manage that, then I think the change that we all want and we know that we need will happen faster. So today I think our job is about much, much more than just creating beautiful things. The things that I've seen here today already have been very inspiring to me. We've come here really to enter into a dialogue. This afternoon we are organizing a workshop together with Supersense Studio from Vienna. Florian Kaps, who founded that, is someone that I met at a talk like this. And we've stayed in contact ever since. And he's very like-minded, I would say. In everything that he does, or that he has already done, he's created a lot of interesting new products. He starts with the human being at the center of his thoughts, and about the 5 senses and how you can address them. He's not against technology. You will see a lot of analog stuff, which is maybe strange in Ars Electronics, but he is saying, let's think about which technology we need before we start. And I very much agree to that. In our industry, in the mobility field, of course, we are working very hard to make the cars more sustainable, circular even, and they're becoming more and more intelligent through digital technology. Not so long ago, that meant that each new digital technology created a new screen, or a bigger screen, and a new button and a few more switches. And I think we can already say that we've managed to reverse that trend. Cars are becoming more and more intelligent, more and more complicated, but in the interior, there's less and less, or fewer switches now. And that is really the hardest thing to do, to incorporate all this latest technology, but then create something that in the end is more human than what people maybe even expect. So that's our mission, that's what we're trying to do, and we'll continue to do. We did bring one car, maybe you saw it. It's an i3, which for us was already a radical departure roughly 10 years ago. But standing here today, I would say it's only a starting point. It's only a canvas for new ideas. And that's exactly how we want you to use it. So please join us at this workshop this afternoon. Use the canvas, bring your ideas. We know that big changes are needed and we can't do that alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adrian. Next is Jung Su. She's a researcher and new media artist from Taiwan based in Berlin. She attempts to combine interdisciplinary knowledge with artistic research to create heterogeneous encounters. In a process, she responds to the current social situations with multiple perspectives and uses metaphorical objects to create a speculative scenario. Her recent work has focused on micro-biopolitics and crypto guilty, together with Newman being rewarded for the pre-Ars Electronica Golden Nika in Interactive Art Plus. In your project, you discuss how bacteria could become a model for human society. What do microorganisms tell us about sense of community?
Hi everyone. I'm happy to share a bit about how the bacteria inspired us about our project, which is called biofilm.net, also exhibited now in the Mensa buildings. And you can see the photos in the black and white photos is how biofilm looks like. And what is biofilm? When bacteria, they in some environment with which is maybe a bit dangerous to the species, they will create this kind of a surface, like with polymetrics. But under this surface, there's not only one single species, but most of them, they are like multi-species. They are encountered and create this like a shelter. And with this biofilm, it can give this bacteria or microorganisms 1,000 times stronger to resist with antibiotics or other microbiome attack. And I found that there actually are many similarities between these microorganisms, technologies, and the social movement, like a crowd. How crowd react, how crowd behave in social movement or protest on the street. Because we all know, in Hong Kong movement, the strategy called Be Water is kind of leaderless, decentralized way. And the way they react with police or with the government is actually really similar to the bacteria. They are communicate with each other. They don't have actual leaders. And you can see the right side photos. This yellow is a pride parade from Taiwan, and it's a few years ago. And for example, in Taiwan, the pride parade, we are pursuing the gay marriage law. But that process takes us around, I guess it's more than 20 years. And a few years ago, we finally passed the law. And how these two things put together and inspire me is sometimes social movements, they couldn't get the result immediately. You have to chase, you have to talk to the community, you have to talk to the society, and so communicate with the government to say what we really want. We will all want to change a bit of the society, but sometimes you couldn't reach that point in really short term. How can we make the social movement more sustainable or in a long-term way that people won't feel defeated in maybe some short period? And we thinking that biofilm, this metaphorical technology from bacteria, is kind of maybe can give us some hope. Because, for example, in Hong Kong movement, in 2019, I don't know if you guys know the news that the Hong Kong movement now facing a kind of serious situation. You can say it's not so successful, but people still having this hope that if we can hide ourselves in some certain point, we are not be under the censorship, we can hide their identities. And under the biofilm, we can grow under maybe, I don't know how long, but in some certain point, when we reach amount that is stronger enough, it's huge enough, we can fight back. We can just appear again to the society that we are still there and we still have something to talk. And also the biofilm, you can see this multi-species strategies. In every social movement, we are so different. Everybody has some slightly different perspectives, slightly different purpose, but can we join together as a communities? Like, it's not only one single opinion, but it's we all be together, we stay here, we maybe can, like, I don't know, it's like be patient and be strong. And maybe in the future, we can still break out and do something. This is how bacteria can technology inspire us, the biofilm project. And also happy to share that in this afternoon, me and Natalia will have a workshop in our project place. And it's at 3 p.m. We will talk more about not only the bacteria perspective, also technology way, activism way, and we had many communities invited to share some experience with us. So if anyone will interested, please join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Lamberti is people experience expert at Cisco System. He's researcher and consultant on the reciprocity of technology in societal amalgamations. Cisco's online conference tool WebEx has most probably accompanied most of us throughout the pandemic home office and distance learning period, making adjustments to this worldwide challenge possible. So the question to you now is, how can technology support our society to adapt to unpleasant changes that we inevitably face?
Unpleasant changes, it's a good term, yes. That's where we are. Thanks, Anna, for the intro and the opening question, and really good to be here today. The question, and let me rephrase it, how can technology support our society to adapt to unpleasant changes that we inevitably face, assumes a kind of a causal relationship between society and tech. So as a society, we can invent new technology to overcome our challenges. What I'm trying to do is kind of turn this upside down in the next 5 minutes, 4 minutes 30, to add a little bit more complexity in responding to these questions. And I'm going to do this with a little help of the XF. And you see this on the screen, XF, Xenofeminist Manifesto. Quick raise of hands. Does anybody has been at this website? Who is in the room here? Anyone? That's great. Nobody knows this. So I'm in a good space here. And xenos, as you know, is the Greek term for the stranger. So it's the xenofeminism, which is plays an important role. So the manifesto was actually written by a collective named Laboria Chubonics, published in 2015. And it is, from my point of view, it is actually merging tech and poetry and activist slang for the first time in a very elegant way once. And I think the second thing that is even more interesting to me is applying coding as a mindset to writing. Now, since we're all in a shower, it's the largest shower I've ever been to, I would ask you to relax, don't take notes, lean back, enjoy yourself, and if you want, close your eyes so the concepts that I'm going to quote from Laboria can sink in. Let me rephrase the question. How can technology support our society to adapt to unpleasant changes that we inevitably face? So the question presumes no tech without society. XF, xenofeminism, turns it upside down. It basically starts from a presumption which says no society without tech. Society, in fact, can be seen as a technology itself. So the manifesto starts like this. I'm going to quote a couple of sentences from the manifesto. 1, ours is a world in vertigo. It is a world that swarms with technological mediation, interlacing our daily lives with abstraction, virtuality, and complexity. So why Xeno? We are all alienated, but have we ever been otherwise? It is through and not despite our alienated condition that we can free ourselves. Freedom is not a given, and it's certainly not given by anything natural. The construction of freedom involves not less, but more alienation. Alienation is the labor of freedom's construction. That's an important point. It seems a little bit far away from what we're discussing, but I think when it comes to resilience, it calls us a major kind of shift in thinking. 3, technology isn't inherently progressive. Its uses are fused with culture in a positive feedback loop that makes linear sequencing, prediction, and absolute caution impossible. Technoscientific innovation must be linked to a collective theoretical and political thinking. And I think that's what you were referring to. The real emancipatory potential of technology remains unrealized still. And one reason why this is the case is the excess of modesty in, for instance, feminist agendas of recent decades is not proportionate to the complexity of our reality. A reality crosshatched with fiber optic cables, radio and microwaves, oil and gas pipelines, aerial and shipping routes, and finally the unrelenting simultaneous execution of millions of communication protocols with every passing millisecond. Which means reality first and foremost formed by technical infrastructure. It's another important point to make here. So now when it comes to social infrastructure, XF makes another important statement from my point of view, which is the 5th one I'm going to refer to, and it's called illusion. Illusion as the blind presumption that the weak can prevail over the strong with no strategic coordination is a politics that, in wanting so much, ends up building so little. Without the labor of large-scale collective social organization, so we're now talking about social as an infrastructure, declaring one's desire for global change is nothing more than wishful thinking. And since I'm close to the end, I need to skip one here. So I'm going to close finally with this, the final quote from XF. Sorting the subversive possibilities from the oppressive ones latent in today's web requires a feminism savvy enough to know how to exploit the potential. Know-how, it's about knowledge. Digital technologies are not separable from the material realities that underwrite them. That's another important point. It's about really what is at the very bottom that enables everything else. So think about it of a layered model. They are connected so that each digital tech and material realities each can be used to alter the other towards different ends. Intervention is more obviously material hegemonies is just as crucial as intervention in digital and cultural ones. So if one really wants to know what is possible or not in shaping Planet B, my pledge here is it might be useful to start from the basics of material hegemonies, not to get stuck over and over again in what XF calls illusion. So please join the Future Lab and join Cisco Systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Sigrid Bürstmeier is an exhibition designer and teaches exhibition design and sustainable design at FH Joanneum Graz and at Alpen Adria University Klagenfurt. As in any other disciplines, she considers design to have a responsibility to act sustainably. This is in a way which makes ecological, social, and economic change. How can design promote resilience and contribute to a better future? What do you say?
Thank you for introduction and thank you for being here. Yeah, resilience needs flexibility. Also, design requires flexibility. So the design approach nowadays is that we have to adapt to all these environmental changes, to the social issues, and we have to work on a responsible economy. So I would like to underline these approaches with some ideas and changes which we can adopt to our daily design business. Imagine the printing costs of a poster or of a book is related to the amount of color which is on the paper. Would this change your behavior or your graphic design? Progressively, there is already, for example, a font with ink traps, so with little cutouts for saving or for using less ink. Imagine a fast-loading web page to save green energy, which is used for the web page. So minimizing data volume and checking the right hosting service is a very important point. And of course, barrier-free communication design. This means communication has to be readable, visibly, and understandable. It is all about the design for all concept. Coming to the classic design product design, we cannot stop thinking about the design as soon as the customer bought it. It is also in our responsibility to think about the product, what is happening with it when the customer is not using it anymore. And I'm not speaking about the tiny recycling label on the packaging. No, because recycling, it is still promoted as one of the solutions for our waste problems, but I'm sorry to tell you, it is not. For example, coming back to the printing example, a study says for paper that only 60% can be recycled. The other 40% are toxic materials, like the ink, like the stuff you need for binding, so the glue or the plastic threads. Imagine, we could only produce products which never turn into waste because they are either biodegradable, so you can give it back to the nature, or we can separate the materials again and use it again. So this concept is called circular design. This would lead to a life full of resources, and we won't have any waste problem. And let me add a personal observation about the waste disposal system, at least in Austria. I think it's way too good, because we put our waste outside the doors, and then the next morning it's gone. It's out of our eyes, it's out of our consciousness. Nearly 20 years ago, I did my studies about circular design. And now I have to teach my design students about this concept. But why? Why is it not the core of every development, of every business, of every design yet? Why are we not getting active? Because trust me, there are more social projects, more really good green solutions, more alternative ways you may think. So please do a good research, get educated, and let's use the knowledge we have already, and let's get started. So it's all about to close this mind-behavior gap. So we have to close the gap between the knowledge we have already, and we have to start doing things. Coming to an end, we are living in an area of yes, COVID as well, but also it's all about co-working, co-living, co-creating, co-mobility, and this requires a lot of flexibility. And as in any other disciplines, also designers has to take the responsibility for a resilient world. And I took this picture at the Tejo in Lisbon, and I shared this optimistic atmosphere with this elderly couple, because I also trust in us, I trust in you, I trust in me, that we can take part, and that we have the power to create a better world. Thank you.
Thank you, Sigrid. Now, Markus Neustädter, born in Johannesburg and currently moving between his studios in South Africa and Vienna. He's artistic director, facilitator, researcher, and strategist to various creative industry areas. Markus Neustädter is co-director of the Trinity Session, and his works explore cross-disciplinary practice, site specificity, socially engaged interventions, and the intersection of art and activism. How can artistic processes or even the exploration of art as an observer enhance society's resilience? What do you say?
Good question. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. Thanks to all of you. The privilege of being the last person is I've got too many notes to reflect back on, so my 5 minutes start now. When I was first asked to think about this idea of resilience and kind of cultural resilience, creative resilience, I was tempted to tell you all about the amazing projects in South Africa where communities are coming together to change their environments by collective efforts through the arts. And it would have been a very nice, very happy exploration of what's possible when people need something and they work together to change something. But I actually wanted to share this project with you more importantly because it was about me. And not me in terms of my ego, but rather an exploration that I had. And I think I speak to many artists in this moment where we feel like we are like Sisyphus, pushing the rock up the hill, trying to make a statement about something in society that needs to change, and then we turn around and the rocks roll right back down again, and we start again, and we're pushing up. And I think that incredible frustration is what happened to me here when I was trying to push this ball of water against a watershed to try and prove that we can change nature somehow. We can change its direction. So kind of trying to relocate this. And on that journey, I struggled quite a bit. It was heavy. It was hot. I was uncomfortable. But more importantly, it was about the interaction that happened around me. So what I want to share with you is that as I think I'm performing a futile attempt as an artist, trying to have an impact and try to build something that to a certain extent I feel very alone in doing very often, and that maybe you share this too, that we try to change something and yet we don't know where our peers are, our colleagues are. It is in that act of redoing and retrying and relearning that I think the resilience builds up, and not just in ourselves but in how we are witnessed. The reality is I was pushing this ball up the hill and suddenly the little ball got a hole. There was obviously a nail or something on the floor, and as I was pushing I saw the water running down between my legs. And I thought, oh, the water is now leaving. And there's this moment that I don't know what to do with myself. And suddenly I looked around me and I saw people pointing at the water, looking at me in desperation, thinking this foolish man is trying to push something against something, and he'll never manage because now he's got a hole in his ball and all the water's running back. They didn't know what it was. It wasn't like I was announcing I was making an artwork. It was just the experience. And that acknowledgement that others were worried about what I was doing, as futile as it seemed and as weird as it seemed, meant that I could maybe affect a change just by doing it again, trying harder, pushing further. And I think that's an act of doing that kind of grows a certain sense of community around you and support and passion around you that you as an artist have a power to do. And for me, that was that moment where I realized that the resilience isn't just about how we're going to imagine and visualize the future. We all know we need to do that, but it's actually about the acts that we need to take in order to prepare the audience and our participants and our followers and our Instagram followers, etc., why it is important that we're doing this and that we're not going to stop. And so to a certain extent that Greek myth or legend of Sisyphus kept on coming back to me as an idea where I thought, well, if I'm going to take certain steps towards the next goal or towards the next act of creating awareness, how can I acknowledge other people's voices in this? And that's where my personal kind of question came up about me as an artist in this position. What is the thing that connects me to the next person? And that is my own vulnerability. And I'd like to just address the notion of vulnerability quite briefly. And that is, in the act of making your first mark, your first voice, your first dance, your first move, even if you're not a dancer, you are exposing yourself to a certain extent, and you are putting yourself in that place of vulnerability. The next person accepts that, trusts that, builds that relationship with you if you're doing it well enough and often enough and vulnerable enough. And so currently working within the public sphere, outside of the galleries, outside of the museums where it's a so-called safe space, you start to build a sense of community and trust because you yourself become vulnerable. And I think as humans, we all have that. I think COVID proved that to us, actually. The moment of our own vulnerability starts to create a different sense of community. And so with this notion of being an artist in process, trusting the process, and being vulnerable in those steps, and allowing the audience to witness that and participate in that, I often feel that that is what draws a sense of social kind of resilience and community and vulnerability that becomes a machine that, sorry, let me rephrase that, a sense of social vulnerability that then creates a sense of resilience because we're all moving towards a goal. And so as I'm pushing this ball up and the water's trickling down and I'm completely desperately thinking I'm going to push the water against the watershed and I'm going to succeed in this effort and I'm going to prove to the conference that's talking about climate change around the corner that as an artist I can do this, I get to the top, the water's all out, I've got this bag of plastic now in my hand and I look back at the water and I start walking back down following this trickle and I have a community of about 30 people following me. And they're all following me. I don't know why they're following me, but they want to know what I'm now going to do to restart this journey. And we end up at the bottom of the hill having a discussion about whether I should do this again. And the answer was yes. We should push the ball of water up the hill again. And when I asked them why, they didn't know. But the reality is we need to keep pushing that ball of water. And for me, that repetition, that acknowledgement, that attachment to my very weird passion that I had through acknowledging my own struggle and vulnerability was something that taught me that we can actually affect that change through a certain methodology that I hope I illustrated to you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone on stage for this amazing inspiration shower. I would ask the panelists to free the seats now for you guys in the audience. It's now time to make a shift from being inspired from outside to actually participate actively in this discussion. Let me briefly introduce the discursive format we have today. It's called a fishbowl discussion, meaning that everyone can participate. There is a few common ground rules to make sure that everyone who wants to say something will be heard. First one is, probably I don't have to mention that, but a mutually respectful tone is the basis of any conversation, discourse we will have here, please. Moreover, you can see there will be these beautiful, appealing, colorful seats on stage. If you want to participate in the conversation, I would ask you to come on stage and take one of these 5 seats. For everyone in the audience, please just listen. The active participants are on stage. So how can you gather one of these very nice chairs? You don't even have to raise your hands or ask for permission. Just stand up, come to the front, occupy one of these wonderful seats in the first row, and then you can come up to stage as soon as there is one of the colorful chairs free. When starting to talk, please shortly introduce yourself so that we know who we are having a dialogue with. Also, I would ask you to please leave the stage after your statement or a few minutes. Like, you can get into discussion also with another panelist on stage, but we would kindly ask you not to occupy the seat forever so that everyone gets the chance to actively participate. You can, though, come back later if you want. If there is anything else popping up that you say, I need to make a point to that, then please feel free to join again on stage. This way, we are trying to create an ongoing flow of speakers in this conversation. So in a nutshell, it is 3 roles. That would be 1, take a seat on stage if you want to participate. 2, if you want a seat on stage, come to the first row here, and then up on stage once the seat is free. Mention your name, please, before starting to talk. And 3, please free your beautiful seat after your contribution, and if you want, come back later. so that we have a vivid exchange. Right, in case someone needs a friendly reminder that this is not a monologue, I prepared a yellow card. That just means please be aware to come to an end like soon. And if someone is constantly ignoring my little advice here, then I would also have prepared this red card, meaning please close right now and free your seat for the next speaker to come to stage. That would be great. Last but not least, we will relocate a little bit in here because, as you see, it's difficult to get through the rows to the front stage, at least for people sitting in the middle. That's why I would ask you to put away anything that is on your table and put your bags underneath the table in front of you. And once you have done that, please everyone stand up. As a first step, everyone stand up, please. And then, as some are already starting, sit on the table behind you so that people of the row can pass by in front of you. In case of these beautiful, yeah, you can just come to the other row. Yeah, sounds great. Looks comfortable over there. So, is there any questions left from your side concerning the discussive format? If not so, I suppose you're all ready to get on stage, right? A sense of community gives us courage, gives us strength. Courage to dream of a vision for all of us together, namely a planet B. And strength to actually follow a new path towards a positive future together. Talking about a positive future, I'm asking you now, how can resilience be transformed from a personal matter to a social phenomenon for everybody? How can we, in face of these many crises, maybe pandemic, climate, war, endless examples, how can creativity, art, technology, science, how can they support, strengthen, and maybe guide society? Now, this is the official invitation for you to make a first step, for some of you to come to the front and start this discussion. I'm looking for brave people, inspired people by this session before. Any volunteers standing up, it's not too far anymore, you're already sitting on the tables. Feel free to come up here. Some of you. First volunteer, that is amazing. Please choose one of the beautiful chairs. Thank you. Applause. Thank you. Come and join. I'll just hand over the microphone for the first person. So please, if you feel inspired and want to contribute something, then come up. If there's still a free seat, right straight through. If not, sit down here in the meantime. So again, the experience of facing a global challenge as a collective can bring hope. That's a perspective. We need a visionary approach to planet B. There is power to change in this world. How can art and technology support, strengthen, guide our society? How can creativity pave the way to shift from personal responsibility to a more communal sense of resilience? Please, the stage is yours.
I try to be short, even though that is really hard. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Also, the inspirational shower was super impressive and interesting and very, very inspiring. There's so many things that still stick to my mind. Pointing out, Jung Soo pointed out that over time, things that we do things that we try to change will lead to a change, which is the same perspective in a way that Markus Neustädter has presented. It's don't stop. It's don't stop. Keep on doing what you're fighting for. Sigrid Burstmeier, I don't want to repeat all the statements, but that is something that really sticks to my mind. We're talking about there is so much to do, so many inspiring potential solutions out there that we need to get informed about. And I think that this is, and of course, as I'm working here since 27 years, this is also very, very true for the spirit of the Ars Electronica. It's just like there is only one Ars Electronica every year. I think that is way too less. It is actually about getting together, grouping together, talking, discussing together about the challenges that I had, about the chances that we can see, about the risks that we are focusing. And especially in this year, it is almost like the necessity for a joint vision. And I'm very, very sure it's not one vision. There's 100 of different visions. But it is about not being active because we are afraid about the disaster. I think it is about now to come together and create a vision that we would like to live in, that we would, describe a future today in order to arrive at the spot that it is worth fighting for, that is our plastic ball full with water that we constantly try to bring it up the hill. That I think is just my fundamental statement. Thank you very much to all the inspirational showers here. Thanks.
Thank you, Horst.
Hello, everybody. I am Eric Seal. I'm here because of Jun, mostly, Baofilm. 2 years ago, bewildered by Hong Kongers, got the Golden Eagle here in Ars Electronica. Back then, it was pandemic, so I couldn't come here. And I think this conversation was well delayed. And it's great that I can bring up this conversation again because of Baofilm. And thank you so much. And I also want to tell you, Hong Kongers are still alive. We're still fighting. We're still trying very hard. As you said, no matter we're covering ourselves, or like myself, I'm here, not covered, and keep talking about Hong Kong. We are still fighting, so thank you for the motivation. And it's very tough right now, as Jun said. It's a lot of difficulty, and we're still looking for a lot of solution. And I think as creators, as artists, as everyone sitting here, it would be great that we always have conversation and try to look for new way of resilience that connect with development of our humanity. With the inspiration of Planet B, we can see that not only we are fighting for democracy and freedom, we are fighting to save our planet. And if we talk about Hong Kong or Ukraine, the war, we have a very, very clear 1 or 2 person target enemy. But to save the planet, ourself is the enemy, right? The human being is a million, billion of human being we need to educate, we need to inspire, we need to trigger, we need to communicate, right? So it's difficult tasks. There are passionate people who don't have idea, there are passionate people who has idea, there are passionate people, or like there are people who have creativity. So I don't know, it's the same kind of message, but let's continue our inspiration and spread our word to make more people join our force. And like the other day I was in their data space conference, there's one lady saying that after seeing all this crazy data about Ukraine war and Russian, they feel very helpless. And this is the same feeling when I was in Japan, looking at Hong Kong, and I couldn't do anything to support the protests. I wish I would be on the street. But what I want to say is every single very little thing that you do, it would be like contributed to a very big picture. So never think you are helpless anymore. Never think that your action is minimal. Just do it. Just thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Dauderman. This is my first time at Ars Electronica. I'm so glad to be here. And I'm inspired by two of the morning inspirations that I heard. The first one from Jung Tzu about the microbioorganisms, and then about Zachary from South Africa, is his name, about the Sisyphean task of the artist pushing the water up the hill. I'm also inspired by a quote from Marina Ponti, who is the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals Action Campaign director, and she said, I'm speaking about the arts, and specifically about music. So, music can't change the world, but music can change people, and people can change the world. So, we as artists, or people working in the arts, we speak to the emotions, and we know how powerful emotions can be. And as artists, so often you think, or as people who present art, is this making a difference? How can we help make a difference? We're looking at this world and we see what a mess it is and we want to help. But what we do can move people if we are doing it in a conscious way. So this combined with, sometimes it feels like as an artist what you do or what you're presenting is not really making a difference. It's Sisyphean. Why are we doing this? But coming together and joining together in a conscious way to make change. This is so important, and that's why events like this are so important, where all of you are coming together and you're joining forces, yeah. And so here's a little plug. I'm trying to put something together for art music, specifically for classical music and activism. So if you're into that, or you know somebody who's into that, please talk to me, because I want to help that particular sector make more for positive change in the world. Thank you.
You just mentioned something very important. Art is not a work piece. It's a process rather, right? So art is created, perceived, it's experienced on many different levels. How can artistic approaches serve as catalysts for change? As sources of strength? Courage to evolve, maybe? So please come and join on stage. We need more speakers to have an active dialogue with everyone. Don't be shy, just come up front. There is no restrictions.
Thank you for that lead-in. I'm Jennifer Loh. I'm from Singapore. I'm a co-founder of Playum, a children's center for creativity. I was thoroughly inspired this morning. I think I had takeaways from every single speaker. I was furiously writing notes for some, but others, you just wanted to sit and listen. And I think one of the main takeaways, when we talk about resilience, for me, is about open communication. And I think that, this is obviously what we're having here today, and people coming up and being vulnerable and being able to speak about what they feel is really important. One of the things that came to mind when I was listening to some of the stories, and especially I think it was Russian, who was talking about storytelling and personal stories and how that actually builds bridges within communities. It brought to mind one of the projects that we did, which in a very small scale, it's intergenerational. We were doing a program for families and for parents and children mostly, but then also grandparents and children. It's in that smaller, more nuclear sort of a community. This one particular project, what we had, well, the artist was working with children on making finger puppets, and with parents and grandparents as well. But it was about reversing the roles. So the parents would make finger puppets of the children, and the children made of the grown-ups. And then they started role-playing, and one of the stories that they would role-play would be something that actually did happen recently in their recent memory. And you know, the perspectives that the children and the parents have to take, you know, in each other's seats was really quite inspiring, because afterwards we had some reflection, especially from the parents, that, you know, they never actually saw it that way until they had to put themselves in the children's seat, how the children felt. And then the same I would have assumed for the children as well. I think that sort of role-playing where we create opportunities for people to tap into that empathy, that sense of empathy, where they start feeling each other and start, you know, putting themselves in each other's seats, I think would be another way where we can use the arts as a platform to create that sort of narratives. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be involved in these conversations and for all the sharing. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, that is a really important point. This is an open discussion where we ask you to participate because we think you have something to share. Your perspective matters. That's exactly what Rashid mentioned earlier with every perspective is part of the whole. We cannot just blind out some spots and ignore them. And this is a real chance for all of you today to take your seat here on stage, but also metaphorically. Take your seat and share your perspective. So please take this opportunity to really get into discussion with each other, or just share a statement. Also, if you want, share a question that's on your mind concerning creative resilience for Planet B. What do we need to get to Planet B? How can we make sure that this Planet B we're envisioning will not equal Planet A? Please take this chance. This is a discussion. We want to share the stage with you. We need you. Otherwise, we could do a keynote, just talk about our perspectives, but it's important to have everyone on board. Please, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for the inspiring talks. My name is Eveline Wantevogt. I am working at the Austrian Academy of Sciences, and I'm affiliated to Ars Electronica with the Ars Electronica Research Institute. Knowledge for Humanity, which I am founder and director of. Knowledge for Humanity already tells we are aiming to bridge the gap between academic knowledge on the one hand and actually societal challenges on the other. So actually our range of work is quite broad, and where we are looking into, from a methodological background, we are working with art-driven innovation, which means we are looking in societal challenges, mainly along the Sustainable Development Goals, emerging technologies, and art as a communication tool, but as well a tool to find the emotional communication with people. So that's quite important for us, and especially we are trying to understand our work as an ecosystem and ecosystem building. So, and that's from both sides, at the Academy of Sciences as well as at Ars Electronica, which means we are working together with people, and actually I would call it knowledge carriers that are having knowledge about the solution we try to bring on board related to our problem. And the quite critical thing is actually to find the people that have the knowledge and connect with them. It was already discussed in the board when we were talking about the ecosystem. Especially, we are trying to address marginalized groups, bring in new views of neurodiverse people as well, and that's quite critical because these are usually the voices that are not heard. And finally, and last but not least, I think Adrian was mentioning the ship quote. That's by, I think, Antoine d'Exupéry. I'm using that very often as well. And it's not about creating a future and move people towards that because we have the need to, but rather to drive to be driven to change, to make a change towards something more inclusive, something better, because we like it to be better. And that's actually the people that I'm looking for, and I'm happy if I find somebody here inside and talk to me afterwards. Thank you very much.
It's a bit intimidating on the stage by yourself, but hello, my name is Kaya Butcher, and I'm from the US. I'm a curator of community engagement for a contemporary art museum in the state of Colorado, and I'm extremely inspired by the speakers because they are speaking about things that are very close to my heart. The idea of technology and art merged in one is this idea of accessibility. So the art world, much like societal problems, seem terrifying or insurmountable. There's no way to approach them because you always feel silly or small. And the merging of art and technology and this idea of accessibility makes you feel empowered because it's something that everybody has. If you think about your phone, you think about photography, you think about video and film and all of these different technologies as art, they're so accessible to everybody. Photography is available to all of us in our pockets. And everybody knows what a film is. You can connect to people that you've never spoken to over a movie or over a photo. And all of these experiences are really special because they only emerge in the combination of art and technology. And so to see all of these people embracing this idea and really making art for the community and really making technology for the community is just ushering us into a new era and a new epoch of what is possible for everybody by everybody. So.
Thank you. Maybe, thank you very much for sharing this. Maybe that was a very important point, like you're making yourself, or feel like you're making yourself vulnerable on stage. But probably this vulnerability is what makes us connect, right? That is what makes us honest with each other. So that we can share a goal, so that we can all work together, everybody for everybody. So also maybe if you want to share something about how art, technology, about how maybe even society have helped you through crises that you've been through, or any other experiences that you say this would be valuable for others to know, to be inspired, then please, thank you, join us. Denise.
Cool. Hey, thank you, Anna. I'm Denise Hirtenfelder. I'm a researcher and artist of the Ars Electronica Futurelab, and I'm working in the field of future thinking. I just recently finished my bachelor graduation in Fine Arts before I joined the lab again for the second time. And yeah, actually my graduation project was dealing with a similar topic. I was researching the paradox between eternity and finitude in our current cultural model, and that we have lost this sense of a positive relationship to the end, or any relationship to the end in our global north, because what we are heading to is always continuation and continuation. And I think when it comes to envisioning a planet B, what you said like earlier, and how it can look different than planet A, for me it's very important that we have to accept as a society that some things that we know now cannot be there in planet B. And that we still follow some structures that might be a bit outdated, especially when it comes to envisioning a different kind of world, and that we cannot follow up. And I like to work with the concept of future heterotopias. The heterotopia is unlike the utopia, what describes like this non-place or this imaginary space, what is very important. Also like this real space and this parallel world that we do not only envision, but with what we can actively think of countermodels that we really want to put into reality. And I think this is also our role as artists. We have to think of countermodels and maybe also of possibilities that were not there before, or rewriting like the script of also these possibilities. And yeah, I think that is very important to also really take a different step and not only up a continuation. And yeah, that was my statement. And I also really want to invite you to our workshop in the Future Lab today in the afternoon that is about this topic, rewriting the script, a new relationship to finitude, at 15:30 at the Future Lab, and would be great to envision these heterotopias and these countermodels together with you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Andreas, I'm from Graz. Sorry for an intervention, because it's so a nice society here, all people are friendly and think they are in advance of society. And I think it's good to speak also about this gap of reachability, because you don't get these people what you want to get to. I was in Quito. I have an academic and creative background, but I don't work in this field and I make no career, so it's no problem for me to speak just what I want to say. I was in Quito as the UNO Habitat Conference, and there was one number what was really hard for me, that 95% of the next decade where the big cities will get much more bigger will be in the least developed countries. And so I think we are speaking here about all these nice, good things, what we can make. We put something out, for example, if you say, yes, we want to be against climate change, we have to decarbonize, yes. But what will happen if this, what we don't use here, this oil and other fuels which are bad in our mind, they will go then to other countries and they will invest cheaply in this industry which are bad. So I think how we can close this gap, because these people, I say 6 billion, they are not involved. They want to get money, they want to have a higher standard of living. They're even not interested in the future. Besides, they will get heavily harmed by these future climate change wars. And I hope that there is something what I can find here. It's nice to speak about a smart mobility. Then you say, yeah, electric cars will be the future. Then you have to see the right thing. Where is this electricity come from? How ecology-friendly they are produced. But if everybody just takes out his own part, what is good for him, and this is a proposition for a new world, I don't see how this will be possible to make a real change. A change what all people want, or most of the people, not a change what we want. We are the elite of tomorrow, and I think this is not true. Sorry.
I guess that is exactly the question. How can we move from this little bubble up to a global phenomenon? How can we make resilience going from individuals towards the whole society, yet like humanity over the whole planet? So that is exactly what we're trying to figure out, or like discussing. Even if we can't answer this question, what we're here for is asking this question. If there is no answer yet, at least we still have to make a point. We have to ask the question to start the discourse, right? So thank you for the contribution. Let's see what else we can hear.
Actually, that might seem like it is staged because I'm working in an area of smart. I'm a smart city manager from the city of Augsburg. So I believe somehow in technology, but as a person and a father of 2 young sons, I'm totally frustrated because I feel like we know what to do, right? So this is anybody really surprised that it has to be about less waste, less CO2? Is it less, we have to change, right? But we simply don't know how. Actually, this is the question I think we all have, and the question really is not what to do today. So I'm frustrated, but I have something in my life which is a German word, which is trotzdem. I don't know how many Germans are in here or German-speaking people are here. Trotzdem is a wonderful word. It's kind of despite or nevertheless, but it has a word like defiance in there, which is really, despite of everything, shit, we do it, right? So and I think we need that. And what I learned from technology is actually not bits and bytes, even if I do a lot of that kind of stuff. I worked a lot in open source communities, and I took a lot of things from there, which I think we have to use for our work as well. And this is really about being open, which means building open organizations, open societies, which is the base of everything, and which is including much more people than ever before. Then using open innovation as well. So this is why we need not a technical solution alone. We have to speak with the society, with the artists, with everybody, and include all of these views into our solutions. And even for smart city technologies, this is important in my point of view. And then get into that open world, and that's something about change. That's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi. My name is Shiri Blumenthal. I'm from Tel Aviv, Israel. And a few years ago, I've made a project. I'm a designer, 3D artist, animator, character animator, and also technical artist. So many years of studying at home in front of computer or just startups, local startups. So a few years ago, I made a project together with a few colleagues about the Dead Sea. It was called All to the Dead Sea. It was a VR guided tour / game showing the situation of the Dead Sea. It's a sea which is being dried every year, receding 1 meter. And as a consequence, there are many sinkholes that happens, and the whole ground is changing shape. Roads that are being built are suddenly having like a sinkhole, and it is being destroyed, and we don't know what will happen. But this spot is also a small paradise, very beautiful, and it's really sad what is happening there, and as well with the animals. So we made a project which was kind of prototype guided tour showing the situation. And now actually, and this is the reason I came for the festival, to have some inspiration, because I would like to take this project further. And the biggest dream, if I would dare think about it is going all the way, making a game like Firewatch, if you know, reaching like the mass media, either like a game, full game in Steam or something like that. And the strategic is like, it is still brainstorming now and collecting people to create the future. Like, there are a few scenarios, what will happen in this area, so just creating this area and then letting the player experience. Either the player becomes an animal that tries to survive, or, yeah, it is still open, but this is the direction of thinking. So strategically making it appealing, making the game mechanics very playful, but on the other hand, beneath the surface, showing the situation and letting the gamer, which is maybe a more broader audience, really feeling for the animals and then thinking about the situation and ecological issues.
Thank you. So
Yes.
it's what I hear here, the strategy you're describing to be real about the perspective you have, the point of view, and then get people to join and experience what you mean, creating emotions about the issue?
Yes, but as well making it like almost a game that people that usually would not go to museums playing this game, enjoying the game, but still getting the message, and in that way reaching a broader audience and younger audience as well.
Which we need in order to create a collective sense of community and vision maybe for this Planet B. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Daniel Birkner. I'm an art historian and curator and head of the public art program in the city of Munich. And thank you so much for this inspirational shower and the great program you put up, which is very, very inspiring also for our work. Being in the public art program in Munich means that a lot of my professional life is devoted to trying to enable art in a very strict and non-fluid system in an institutionalized public space. And that means that I have experienced that there is so much power within institutions that we are not aware of, so much power in the structures that dictate what we are able to do. And so what I wanted to address is the issue when we think about climate change and what we can do about it is this dichotomy between us on an individual basis and the big processes, also the collective processes that enabled the whole crisis and the feeling of helplessness that sometimes comes up when we think about what we can try to do. And what I wanted to do is just encourage you to also take these inspirations and take this knowledge and write manifestos and address the governments, address the local administrations, because we need, beyond the individual knowledge and will to do something, we need the institutional laws and regulations. And this is up to us to confront the structures, because the structures work, unfortunately, best if they don't have to change. And so I think they need pressure, and I would be thankful if you put up this pressure. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, I will happily free this seat if you want to come and join. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gustavo Valera. I'm Spanish Venezuelan. I work at CERN, the European Organization for Nuclear Research. I'm a technical coordinator of the new museum. It's called the Science Gateway, and it will be open next year, and in 2023. And I started, my direct answer because you are asking that how the art, how through art we're going to create a different, or a different world. I have to say that I'm the example, and I've seen the evolution since I started to work because I'm a system engineer, and I started to work in new media art 16 years ago, and I've seen how we are transforming, how the transformations is been happening, So I say that I'm a witness that we are doing this, So and I became part of this. My father still asks me when I'm going to find a proper engineer work, So, but I try to explain to him that I'm doing something that requires the knowledge that it took me, the university and the master degree and that kind of stuff. But the important thing about this is when I started to come to here in 2006, I only had 1 year working in Madrid, in Media Madrid. I was invited there for one of the persons that was part of the team of Karin Olenschlager, that I want to mention that she passed away recently. And she was like, for me, like a key person, because I was completely lost. I was an engineer, a system engineer with education in telecommunications, and they were asking me like to try to create a Wi-Fi network in Madrid, open and free, and this is, actually I told them this is not possible, it didn't happen, but in the end I was involved in so many projects, and also I was involved in trying to look at resources, how to teach and to empower artists at that moment, but there were not many things, But if you see the evolution from 14 years ago to now, you will see that, yes, there are resources, the artists now, they are empowered, and there are not only artists now. So we started to educate artists and to look for these kind of digital communities. And the digital communities, are like the main part of this, how you collaborate together, how you share knowledge together, and this is like the main key, collaborating together, sharing and learning together. But to close the idea, we started to work with artists 14 years ago, and I would say like 10 years ago, then we moved because some universities, schools, and foundations start to ask us to produce contents for high school. And now we are, 10 years later, now we are at the point that we are producing contents for primary school, so in creative technologies. So I would say that the way to do it is through education. So it's the way I understand after all these years that to empower people is giving them the tools to understand how solve the problems and face them. Also, I struggled between, so I became Spanish, but I'm Venezuelan, and as you know, people are talking about here about the difficult situations, and for me it's been always like a pretty complicated, being involved in another level, on another political level in Venezuela. In Venezuela, I just read before I came here, like more than 6 million have left Venezuela in the last 10 years. So, and more people die on weekends in the neighborhoods, the poor neighborhoods, than in the war in Ukraine now. So, it's a situation that for me is difficult, and but every time when I wake up, I just try to do my best to bring to all the people that approach to us, because I'm always part of a team, as much as possible to give them the tools and the creativity tools to produce projects and to get involved and to solve problems, because I guess this is the minimum thing that we can do. So we have to convince ourselves that everybody has the ball that have to push, but But if you do it every day and you have that consciousness about how you are pushing in some way, that will affect to other one who is looking and maybe will have a better solution than you. And for me, I became like always a provider, no? Like I'm a technical manager, and I always create these platforms for everybody because I'm not able to program, to produce programs and to create many complex things. Or for example, I respect always the artists when they have this idea of creation and visualization of images and everything. I cannot do that, but I provide them the opportunity to do that. No? So I just wanted to share this. But yes.
Thank you, Gustavo. That is, you said a lot of things that are very inspiring. Thank you. Yeah, applause. Thank you for joining again and following the invitation that everyone can come back on stage. Let's come back. So let's do this a final round. Everyone who feels like they want to be part of the discussion actively and not only be listeners again, now is the chance, and then we will do a little wrap up. Thank you, Marcus.
So, thank you for that. I wanted to share one or two sentiments. The reality of living in two contexts and moving between contexts that might not know about each other or only see a mediated image of each other is a very complex thing. Because I think that as individuals, we want to make change, but then we're sitting in a place where the trash is hidden, as Sigrid, you said, it's too well hidden. But then you walk into a place where the trash is on the floor, and you realize a whole industry has created around the trash that's on the floor. And there's something about Planet B having to sit between the two of them. And my biggest concern around this notion of Planet B and our so-called role of resilience in it is that it becomes a localized reality. That Planet B becomes about the localized, not about the global. And so I was just, as these responses were happening, I was just wondering about our own measurability of how we take ownership of the processes that we're going through. How do we measure our successes as individuals? When I'm pushing that ball is one example, but how do I alternate so that I can make sure that what I'm doing here has the same impact somewhere else, so that it doesn't just become about these little bubbles across the planet that become Planet Bs or that get shot into space, but rather that's something that we can hold on to as a collective effort. And that measurability for me started to relate to the metaphors and the illusions that were mentioned by some of the speakers before. Tom, Adrian showed a road, and that shows us the process. So we live in these metaphors, and I'm worried that these metaphors and these illusions that we create for ourselves are very much about the one reality, the one space. And this is not an answer, it's more a reflection, but I'm struggling to measure my own use of the image, of the metaphors, of the things that I can relate to. And even now, if I think about it, I used a Greek myth or a Greek legend, which is rooted in a completely different context to where I did the performance. And suddenly I stumble into this problem area, and I find myself very conscious of the fact that once again I'm producing something for the Planet B microbubble, not the Planet B bigger picture. And so it's just something that we need to remind ourselves of. And I think your brief summary of where this issue that you've got before you walk into the room, recognizing that there's another reality somewhere else that's got something else to do with the gentleman from Graz, is something that I think needs to be at the forefront of our minds. How do we translate? How do we re-engage? And how do I take the responsibility for the trash in Johannesburg and in Vienna at the same time? In its different ways, because every place has to have its own little ecosystem or cultural ecosystem that deals with the notion of Planet B. So those are just some reflections on what's been mentioned. Thank you for listening to me again.
That is exactly what we heard earlier. Also, art can be multicultural. It can be independent of the language, of the nation, of the backgrounds, of the skill set, of the knowledge. Even so, how can we use that strength of art to really expand from one bubble or several bubbles on this planet being spread and maybe not even connected really well to one communal sense?
Yeah, I strongly resonate with that idea, or that thought of the bubble and how can we actually get out of it. But I wanted to share something that I kept being reminded of just now. I'm Peter, by the way. I work at the Futurelab. And I keep thinking of the festival 2 years ago because that was when basically it had to radically change. Nobody could travel, and it was very interesting to see what the festival team came up with. So we had these virtual gardens, we had spatial chat rooms, and everything that was a response of this very strong legal constraint that nobody could actually come. And I felt that was just a super resilient and creative response to a strong, in this case, legal pressure. But I feel that this is our job now as artists and inventors to anticipate these pressures and not only react when there's a strong legal, there's no other way pressure, but also we know what the pressure will be in the very near future, and we need to look back at those ideas that we already had in these strongest, most forcing moments, and anticipate that and keep coming up with these ideas, and be the first to come up with these ideas, because that's hopefully our talent and our way of thinking. Yeah.
Amazing. For making a conclusion, maybe if you hear creative resilience for a Planet B, what is like the one word or the 3 words that come to your mind? A difficult question now I talk, but after having heard all this inspiration shower and all the people on stage, what is, like in one word, the association for creative resilience for Planet B, or in one sentence?
Well, react before it happens. So that's this anticipation that I was thinking about. Yeah.
React before it happens. Thank you.
I don't have one
speaker.
I don't have one word, but I like to come twice on the stage sometimes. But yeah, what I wanted to add, like in the end, also was what Peter said was very nice, like. That during these times of COVID, we came up like with this creative, counter models, also digitally. But I think now we have the possibility again a bit more to come together and create this new physical space of encounter. And I think that's also super important when it comes to the topic of resilience, because I think when you really experience something in a group of people, in a crowd, it becomes so much more emotional, and there's so much more empathy in each other if we can also feel our bodies in the space and discuss like actively. So I think what also makes us like resilient in the end, and what we need much more, is coming back to simplicity, because there can be like a lot of technological solutions, but often it's just the simple power of people coming together, disagreeing, agreeing, just making different statements and feeling like this whole magic of the room that makes us feel much more like a group and together, and like to also celebrate like this togetherness.
Thank you, Denise. Thank you. Now would be my task to summarize all that, and I feel like this is really difficult topic-wise, because only during the inspiration shower there was so many aspects being raised, so many points of views being shared, which I'm extremely grateful for. Thank you for coming and sharing. This is maybe the opportunity to have a little preview or a glance of what it can feel like to share your perspective in order to see how others resonate, and how we can, through connecting with each other, create one bigger society, not only the small bubble. And so I hope that for your take-home message, you can think about, what is my resilience? What do I need for resilience? How can art help build resilience? And going not only from me, but also to others, like to a global phenomena of whole humanity, so that all together, all people can go towards a Planet B. Creative resilience for Planet B is the topic of the whole Futurelab Day. So this is only the first session that we offer today. There is many more to come. If you stay here at Hörsaal 1, Auditorium 1, then you will now have a keynote by Ernst, Ulrich von Weizsäcker and Till Kellerhoff, and afterwards a panel discussion, like the typical type, where people are on stage and discussing with each other, by Club of Rome. They just released a new publication. And afterwards, there will be an open discussion again, so if you friends, family are around in campus and you want to engage on the question, what will work of the future look like? What can or what should work of the future look like? Then come back here later. Parallelly, we have humanity of the future and media of the future in the Ars Electronica Center. That might be interesting for you as well, depending on which aspects are most interesting for you. So at this point, an official big, honest thank you for being here, for joining, for those of you who shared their experiences and their perspectives. And we hope to see you back later. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear students of the Festival University, today we expect another highlight of our Festival University. We are going to listen to one of the real pioneers of environmental sciences. His voice, his publications have a deep impact on global scientific community and on politicians around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, dear students, please welcome together with me Professor Ernst Ulrich Weizsäcker. Dear Professor Weizsäcker, it is a great honor and a great pleasure to have you here for the first time at Johannes Kepler University. Please allow me a few words about our university. We are teaching 23,000 students divided in 4 faculties: a law faculty, a faculty for social sciences and economics, a faculty for natural sciences, and engineering, and last but not least, our baby faculty is the medical faculty. And above all, we have created an Institute for Technology, the Linz Institute for Technology, and it is a very comprehensive institute. We regard all subjects of our university as part of this technological institute. Having said that, we are very happy to profit today from your broad expertise, from your broad experience, and we are happy to have Mr. Kellerhoff here. He's the head of the program of the Club of Rome, and he heads the Earth for All initiative within the Club of Rome, and we are very excited to hear his introduction. And now allow me to pass to Horst Hörtner, the head of the outstanding Futurelab of Ars Electronica. Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome to the afternoon sessions of the Ars Electronica Futurelab Day. My name is Horst Hörtner. I'm founding member of the Ars Electronica Futurelab and directing it since then. And today I'm the stage host, so to speak, of this afternoon sessions, which the Futurelab Day and this afternoon from the morning session to the late night session in the deep space in the Ars Electronica Center have been curated by the Ars Electronica Futurelab and the festival team together. This afternoon session will be 2 programmatic blocks, I would say. First, for sure, most important, the block on Earth for All. Earth for All, survival guide for humanity, has been just recently made publicly accessible by the Club of Rome. We will get a deep dive into the structures on that survival guide, on a panel discussion. Again, members of the Club of Rome will explain and talk about this really very important document and report and research report. The second part will then be addressed to you all. It's about work of the future, and it's about being an open audience discussion. It's less listening to somebody, it's more speaking out to everybody. This is what we plan starting at 4 o'clock. Now, I do have the honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Ernst Ulrich von Weizsäcker. But before he will join the stage, there's also Till Kellerhoff coming on stage, as already introduced as the program director of the Club of Rome. Ernst Ulrich von Weizsäcker, as Meinrad already described, isn't really needed to be introduced, but it's such a pleasure to read through these impressive stations. And I want to give you also the chance again to enjoy this pleasure.
Ernst Ulrich von Weizsäcker, born in 1939, married and 5 children, is professor of biology at the University of Essen. He's been president of the University of Kassel, director at UN Center for Science in New York, director of the Institute for European Environmental Policy, chairman of the Environment Committee in the Parliament, president of Wuppertal Institute for Climate, Environment and Energy, and dean of the Bren School of Environmental Science and Management at the University of California in Santa Barbara. And, of course, co-president of the Club of Rome from 2012 to 2018. But before we will have this honor to hear your keynote, we would like to welcome the program director and of the Club of Rome and the manager of the Earth for All initiative, Till Kellerhoff, on stage. His work focuses on issues and theories related to the conditions of an economic system that can generate prosperity for a majority rather than a small elite within the boundaries, the planetary boundaries of our planet. He studied political science and international relations with a focus on international political economy at the University of Erfurt, the Universidad Nacional Autónoma de Mexico, and London School of Economics. Please, a warm welcome to Till Kellerhoff.
Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the organization and the invitation. And I'm pleased to say a few words on this new report to the Club of Rome, Earth for All, which just came out 3 days ago, before we have the pleasure to listening to Ernst von Weizsäcker. So, Earth for All, actually the real starting point of Earth for All is 50 years ago. 50 years ago, a group of people, a group of researchers came together to try to look a little bit into the future. This attempt is always difficult. We know that history is full of wrong attempts to look into the future. We know that Gottfried Daimler, one of the pioneers in car industry, said in the year 1901 that the world market for cars will never exceed 1 million. We know that the former president of IBM in 1940 said that he doesn't expect more personal computers than 5 in the world, because there won't be the demand for that. So we know predictions are tricky, and so this is not what the authors and researchers behind Limits to Growth did. What the team tried to do is to look at different scenarios on how the world would develop if we follow certain trends. Scenarios are not predictions. Scenarios are possible futures and look into what could happen if humanity behaved that way or that way. What we see here is what became known as the business as usual scenario. And the main message of the Limits to Growth 50 years ago was that unlimited material consumption on a finite planet is not possible. We have seen that more or less the business as usual scenario was followed by what we see in the world economy. We see that by various ways. We see that today we would need 1.7 planets to actually have a sustainable consumption of our materials. And of course, even more if we looked at the economic system of our rich world, which is of course the main problem. We also see that we are exceeding and transgressing planetary boundaries, as you can see here on the left side. And at the same time, we see that this exploitation of Earth and the constant extraction and overconsumption we see does not necessarily lead to higher well-being for all people on Earth. We see that as part of our Earth for All analysis, that well-being actually at the moment, due to different factors, decreases in global average. And what we try to do is relate these ecological factors, as you see them on the left, and the social factors, as you see them on the right, and you will hear more about that later, also by co-author Jayati Ghosh. But why is it so important to look at the inequality factor and the social factor and the ecological factor together? What we see here is the material footprint. according to different incomes. And while we see that high income groups consume as much as 27 tons per person per year, and we see that for low income people that's way less, and even that the increases in the last 10-15 years have been very different. So we know that the richest billion people on Earth actually is responsible for 72% of the resource consumptions, while the consequences of issues such as climate change, droughts, food scarcity, etc., will have to be bared by the group you see here on the left, which is not necessarily responsible. So what we thought in Earth for All is that it's time for a new economic model that prioritizes the health and well-being of people and planet instead of growth at all costs. But this is a normative statement which is easy to take. Everyone says, yeah, sure, we want fairness, we want a better world, we want education, we want economic stability, we want ecological stability on the Earth, but how do we actually do that? And what we did then in the Earth for All project since 2 years is to work together with a group of over 30 economists from across the world, with researchers, climate scientists from different institutions, from the Potsdam Institute, from the Stockholm Resilience Center, from the Norwegian Business School, and base this work on 2 pillars. One is a system dynamic model, similar to the limits to growth, that looks at the interrelationships of the social and economic factors and can ask questions such as what happens if inequality is increased or decreased, what does that have to do with climate protection? But we know that all models are wrong, some are useful, and that's why we worked with a group of 30 economists to stress test the assumptions that go into the model and the interpretation that comes out of the model. So a model alone is never useful, it's just numbers, it's quantification. But what we want to create is a narrative that is appealing and that shows the main transformations necessary at this point in time to actually achieve something like a stable system for all within planetary boundaries. And in that context, we came up with these 5 turnarounds. These 5 turnarounds, again, as you see, are a connection of social and environmental factors. It's energy, it's food, it's inequality, it's poverty, and it's empowerment. Because all of these factors actually belong together. We know that today the food production is one of the main drivers of climate change. We know that, for example, 80% of the land mass used for food production goes into farming for animals, while these only provide 18% of the calories for humanity on Earth. So we see perversities in all these issues, but we also know that without addressing the inequality aspect, and Jayati will say more about that, we won't be able to succeed. So maybe just one last point on the plans and what we have done there. We know that the transformation is needed in the different sectors, and we describe this in great detail in the book, and I can't go into detail here now. But what we also know is that if these transformations are applied, this will be disruptive. There will be losers, there will be winners. The majority of the people, what we see in our well-being index, will be winners, but we know that short-term there will be losers. And we know that we need kind of a role of an active state. We know that markets alone won't fix that, and we need compensation for those who will be the losers, which we see even more at the moment in the current crisis we're having. So I encourage you to have a look at that, these different turnarounds and policy solutions for each of them. I just want to pick out one, which is for the inequality turnaround, where we suggest a concept which is called universal basic dividend, which is similar to what the Alaska Permanent Fund at the moment does, or taking the wins and gains that come out of the extraction of Earth, from fossil fuel industry, from oil extraction, etc., into a common fund for all citizens. And similar to a universal basic income, this is then being distributed across different citizens to also show that the global commons belong to all of us and not a small minority. But what Earth for All also, learning from the limits to growth, did is to say we don't want to just publish a book and then let's see what happens, and then we see in 50 years we speak about the misinterpretations again, where people again said, oh, we have another doomsday scenario and the apocalypse is coming. This is not, first of all, not what Earth for All is saying, but second of all, we also want to create a movement out of it. We want to have people on board, we want to work with people, we want to see best practices on the ground and create something like a movement to actually achieve this together as a democratic bottom-up initiative, while at the same time pushing governments to act. And I know you're keen on hearing more from Ernst from Weizsäcker, that's why I will stop now, but encourage you to have a look at the book, and thank you for the attention.
Dear Director of the University, dear Mr. Hörtner, and dear Till, and dear present people listening, it's not an easy thing to talk about the problems that we are facing now, and I know, of course, that the Club of Rome has done its best in doing this Earth for All. I shall also use one or two of those pictures which Till has been showing, and I'm trying to work down on creative resilience for a planet B, especially on climate. The Club of Rome, as you know, has written that famous book, The Limits to Growth, and it was a world bestseller. And you would, of course, assume it was impressive to the world. Has it reduced the speed of growth? No. We saw a tenfold GDP increase within 25 years after 1972. Nobody listened. Why? Because people simply hate limits to growth. That was the problem that made it famous, of course. Well, if 8 billion people have ecological footprints like the US Americans, the miracle people on Earth, we would not need 6 planets Earth, but we have got only one. The usual pretext for endless growth is we have to eradicate poverty. Can't you understand that? There are so poor people in the world. Well, what was it? In 1820, nearly all people were poor. In 1970, 2 years before the book came out, it was still a majority, but today it's only roughly 12% or so. So it's a pretext, but it's of course convenient, no end, to say, oh, we have to do it for the poor. In reality, we do it for the rich, of course. Well, today, the Sustainable Development Goals tend to be interpreted and used as the new growth dogma. The reason was that essentially the G77, the developing countries, were masterminding the Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The question is whether this edifice of the Sustainable Development Goals is sustainable. The answer is no. 11 out of the 17 SDGs are aggressive growth imperatives, black color surrounded, and 3 are ecological. It's climate, oceans, and biodiversity. So, it is better, instead of that kind of rectangle picture, to make a pyramid with the ecological goals at the basis of it all. Because once the ecological basis crashes, and it is about to crash, there won't be any well-being left. Of course, this will be denied, because we need growth, growth, growth. This is the constant language by the G77. No question, you can't blame them, because we have done that mishap before. But we must know that if growth means destruction of the basis, it is a huge mistake. But people prefer not to acknowledge that. Well, back to climate. Global warming goes on relentlessly. Around the world, we see wildfires, floods, now in Pakistan, as you know, dried harvests and hurricanes. But now comes something very, very uncomfortable and hard to digest. It's the fact that the GDP growth goes strictly with CO2 emissions growth. You know? Isn't that embarrassing? It is. In all 8 relevant economic sectors, you can have the countries of the world as little dots, and then if the contribution to the GDP is low, you are on the left-hand side. And the same if you emit low carbon dioxide. So, you see, if the family of countries has high GDP growth per person, it will have a lot of additional carbon dioxide. And that, of course, makes it understandable why people hate reduction of growth and reduction of CO2. Of course, their language is always, we want to reduce CO2. But in reality, CO2 emissions grow. That is what we want. Of course, we never say so. Meaning, we urgently need a decoupling of well-being, or of growth for that matter, from climate damages. Sort of beating those 8 square pictures which I've shown a moment ago. And we would have to do that worldwide. If we do that, we can win. If we don't, we are losing. However, German or Austrian greenhouse gas emissions combined make up for 2.5% of the world emissions. And 97.5% are emissions coming from somewhere else. So we in Austria and Germany are always quite proud and say, oh no, we do so little. Hence, domestic climate policy in Germany or Austria simply doesn't help much against global warming. So what can we then do? Well, of course, we are always proud saying it's relevant for the world if Austria and Germany demonstrate that extremely low carbon emissions and pleasant well-being are mutually compatible. This is exactly what Austria and Germany are doing. Okay, but it might not be enough. This is a cartoon of a family at the coast. It was made in America. And the father or mother tell the boy, be sure to wash your hands and all will be well. You know? That's, of course, complete rubbish. But such is our psychology. And there come COVID-30, there come COVID-19, there come economic crisis, and there come climate change, and biodiversity collapse is perhaps even worse. I mean, for re-establishing a healthy climate may take, I don't know what, 20,000 years or so, or perhaps a little more. But making biodiversity intact again could take millions of years, because extinguished species are not going to reappear. So, that's the problem. The increase of world population makes it extremely difficult to stabilize climate and biodiversity. We have now reached roughly 8 billion, and it's still growing. In 1950, we were less than a third of what is coming. And between 1972 and today, we have had a doubling against all warnings. Let's now switch to a little more positive things. Together with an Australian team under Charlie Hargroves, who is now also a member of the Club of Rome, I wrote a book called Factor 5. Was actually the sequel of a book I did some 15 years earlier with Amory and Hunter Lovins, which was called Factor 4, Doubling Wealth, Halving Resource Use. And we are able to demonstrate that a 5-fold increase of energy and mineral productivity is technically feasible. Meaning that it is technically possible to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and other nasty things while having growing GDP. One example, very well known in Austria, is the so-called passive house, which essentially has a heat exchange ventilation, meaning that in cold winters, the used air from the living room travels through the building and thereby heats up the incoming fresh air, so that the fresh air enters the living room essentially at the temperature that was before. A fantastic invention, technological invention. Now, the question is if a factor of 5 is possible in terms of physics. If you tell this factor 5 any physicist, he will say or she will say, no, no, no. We have done everything to maximize efficiency of energy, etc. It can't be more. Well, in order for you to understand what I'm saying, have a look at Mount Everest. And then imagine that bucket of water of 10 kilograms weight. And now you tell me how many kilowatt hours would we need to lift that bucket of water to the top of Mount Everest from sea level? What's your guess? When I asked my students in California, for a while I was the dean of the Californian Graduate School of Environment, and so I was also teaching, and asked exactly this question. And the answer by the Californians was always anything between 1,000 kilowatt hours and perhaps 10,000. And I always said, wrong, 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 wrong. If I'm asking the students of Freiburg University, where I'm now teaching, I get more modest answers, like between 100 and 1,000 kilowatt hours. Also, that is completely wrong. The real answer is 1/4 of a kilowatt hour will do the trick. Isn't that fantastic? A kilowatt hour is a powerhouse with which we can do lots of things, but we waste it no end because it is cheap. 200 years were spent, and always, every decade, the prices of energy and material resources went down and down and down and down and down. That's the reality. And this is what we called technological progress. Progress means everything has to be cheap, so you can really squander it, which people do. But now, with the crises triggered by the Russian aggression against Ukraine, the prices went up. And so all of a sudden, people, be it customers, users, or producers, are keen to have more efficiency. Everybody has it now in the language. So that also means it would have been better if energy and raw materials had held at this very high level of price. Then we wouldn't have a problem. The factor 5 would be ridiculously easy. A new fascinating topic for climate policy is photovoltaics. Some 40 years ago, photovoltaic electricity was extremely expensive. Some 300 times more expensive than what we pay now for a photovoltaic electricity kilowatt hour. Isn't that fantastic? A 300-fold decrease, meaning what was correct during the oil crisis, when everybody was scared by the blackmail from the OPEC countries, then it was very, very difficult, and people began to understand maybe we need electricity from the sun, but it was inordinately expensive. Okay. I was member of parliament in Germany when we initiated the sustainable energy law, and it did indeed make it much cheaper year by year by year to produce the photovoltaic electricity. Nowadays, during the time of our adopting the law, the price of a kilowatt hour photovoltaics was roughly €1. And now today, it's 1/20th of that, 5 euro cents. Isn't that fantastic? And if you go to places like Algeria or so, it is only 1 euro cent for 1 kilowatt hour. This is a fantastic improvement. So that could change the talk about climate-neutral cars. Presently, people always say, you have to switch from your dirty internal combustion car to electric cars or hydrogen fuel cars. The trouble is that on this planet we currently have some 1.1 billion internal combustion cars running on our streets. And now you guess how many of the owners of a functioning internal combustion car would be willing to scrap their cars and buy instead a new electric car. Well, my extremely optimistic guess is 15%. And 85% will not do that. So not much help is coming for climate. Hence, we absolutely also need the climate-neutral internal combustion car. This, of course, our European journalists would never accept. They say internal combustion cars are defined by being dirty and bad for climate, period. That's the end of the story. But in reality, climate-neutral combustion cars are possible. What you have to do is let that cheap PV power split water, the water molecule H2O, into oxygen, which is then in the air, which is fine, and hydrogen. And then let that hydrogen, the green hydrogen, merge, or marry if you wish, with CO2. What do you get? Methanol. And methanol is a wonderful, petrol substitute. You can drive your internal combustion car with methanol. Actually, the Chinese do that, not with a view of helping climate, but exclusively with a view of having less costs of imported oil. But at least they demonstrate it's possible. I say that all countries should help reduce greenhouse gas emissions. That was this graph with Austria and Germany having only 2.5% of the emissions, unless we manage to get the developing countries into climate protection. We are losing the game. So, what can we do to get the developing countries on board? For that, I believe the best strategy is the so-called budget approach developed by a Council for Global Environmental Change in Germany. And the idea is that all countries of the world will have, at the initiative, exactly the same license or permit of burning fossils and emitting carbon dioxide, but The old industrialized countries, including Austria and Germany, have already more or less eaten up their licenses. So if we want to continue burning fossil fuels, we would have to go to the developing countries, that's the green line here, country group 3, and ask for a few additional licenses. That could persuade the developing countries to start climate protection. This is the Minister of Economics in India, Sri Piyush Goyal. He is currently, I believe, the most aggressive demander or legitimator for additional coal power plants. Because under today's conditions, a new coal power plant is as good as printing money. It makes you rich, and therefore he does it no end. But when the Europeans and perhaps North Americans and Japanese come to him and say, look, we need a few additional permits. Could you sell us some? He would come up with a high price and say, well, as a matter of fact, we would get richer by stopping this avalanche of new coal power plants and instead get that money from the bloody Germans. That would make us richer. And if that is the case, we are winning the game. If we don't, we are losing the game. Also in Africa, enjoying the cheap PV power, climate policy would become profitable. So that, I believe, is the core of the policy we have to adopt. I wrote a book which in German is called So reicht das nicht. It has not been translated into English, in which I more or less expand on what I have said in a few minutes. Let me go now a little bit deeper and look at the downsides of what we now call the Anthropocene. The term was invented by Paul Crutzen, Nobel Prize winner in chemistry. He knew perfectly well that current climate change was the result of human action, notably burning fossil fuels. And that is destroying our planet. The gray zone on this picture is coal, the blue is oil, the red is natural gas. So, over the last 100 years or so, this exploded and created the climate problem. Of course, a good chemist would know that. The Anthropocene can mean humans are simply mad. You know? They quarrel all the time. And there is a psychologist or politician, if you wish, Susan Prescott, who says the Anthropocene syndrome is a complex of environmental degradation and increasing incivility in public and professional discourse. It should be replaced by symbiocene. But that would mean a totally different civilization. Some 150 years ago, that syndrome to which she referred was declared as a law of nature. It was Herbert Spencer, friend of Charles Darwin. He called it social Darwinism. He was an awful guy. He said the state should not support the weak ones. Evolution would eradicate them, extinguish them anyway, which is good for a healthy humanity, and evolution makes the state superfluous. it can be done away. This is Herbert Spencer. You know now why I call him an awful guy. And Spencer was the precursor of radical neoliberals. Let the state aside and let the competition economy do the tricks. In 2018, Anders Wickman and I, we were the co-presidents of the Club of Rome still, at the 50th anniversary of the Club of Rome, published a rather radical new report. It was as far as asking a new enlightenment. It has got three portions. The first is, come on, don't tell me the current trends are sustainable. They are not. And part two is, come on, don't stick to outdated philosophies, because they are stupid. They are over. And the third is, come on, join us on an exciting journey towards a sustainable world. As you know, in the English language, come on has two quite different meanings. Anyway, it meant also to overcome the brutal follies of Herbert Spencer and of the neoliberal economy. The German tradition was explicitly said, we need a new enlightenment. Okay, now, what Till was kind enough briefly explaining is that new book, Earth for All, which in some sense is more radical than Come On, but perhaps less popular. Here are three of the major contributors. I saw them all in Berlin a couple of days ago when the whole thing was presented. And it even got the German TV, the Abend, the daily, was heißt es nochmal? Tagesschau. Yeah. Okay. One statement from Earth for All: the dominant economic model is destabilizing societies and the planet. It is time for change. It's more or less the same story that I said in negative terms with Herbert Spencer. The German edition has just been published. Till was kind enough showing the cover. And one idea of bringing things together is having 4 intertwined global crises, like the COVID-19, the climate crisis, the war in Ukraine, and the ecological crisis. And then the book says there are 2 alternatives, 2 scenarios. And one is too little, too late, which is what we currently do. This justifies the title of my German book. It's just too weak. Or the Great Leap. And this will be very, very ambitious. Till has also shown this picture. And it entails key recommendations globally. The world needs those 5 extraordinary turnarounds to reverse the trend in declining well-being and to remain within planetary boundaries. This is one of the 5 examples, in a way, food and nutrition. And it is a principle for a new era in food production in the Anthropocene. No more land expansion for the food. Farms must become stores of carbon. This is actually quite plausible. Farms must enhance the rich diversity of life, restore our soils to good health. The soils are very, very important. Manage our oceans and freshwater resources for resilience, and support more of the production locally for local consumption wherever possible. So that's a great proposal for a better kind of agriculture. Today's agriculture lobby does specifically the wrong thing. It's actually better in Oberösterreich, but in Germany, it's a horror. If you like, I can use some 6 more minutes for the idea of the New Enlightenment. Well, I seem to see we have no time left.
Please, go on.
Yeah, okay. Well, this is the old Enlightenment, which took place during what we call the empty world, when we were perhaps 500 million people. Now it's 8 full million. I don't go into details. But that Enlightenment allowed for a spectacular growth of economic turnover. You know, until roughly 1800, there was no per capita growth of well-being, of economic well-being. And from there on, it went up like a rocket, and leading into the full world of today. When looking at the New Enlightenment idea, we were carefully reading the courageous encyclical of Pope Francis, in which he says that the current economy of greed, relentless competition, and wild acceleration is destroying our common home. Brave Pope. Balance must be it's the virtue of justice and stands at the core of a new enlightenment. Yeah, no, it's a cartoon, but nevertheless, you see what I mean. Heart and brain should be in some kind of balance. But in Western cultures, we tend to dogmatize. Only one is right and never a balance. No. In many Asian countries, balance symbolizes wisdom and wholeness. You all know the yin and yang symbol. And in sub-Saharan Africa, the good philosophy is called Ubuntu, essentially meaning, I am what you are thinking of me. So it's the opposite of egotism, of selfishness. Now, a few examples, I'm running through them. Balance between humans and nature. Presently, we do the opposite. Balance between short-term and long-term. If you are hungry, you better now eat now, not 30 years from now. You would be starved. But both have to cooperate. Balance between state and markets. If you look into Adam Smith, you will immediately notice that the geographical reach of the state and the geographical reach of the market, he called it the invisible hand, were identical. And then it was balanced. But today, the market is global and the law is national. So, small wonder that the law has become very weak. You know that? He's a lawyer, you know. And then, evidently, the state and religion. I believe not too many people in this room want the Islamic State, or the Christian state before Luther, etc., was also very problematic. But a state forbidding religions is equally stupid. Or balance between economic equity and incentives for achievement. This is a typical quarrel between the political left and the political right. The left says balance economic equity, and the right side, but there is nothing to distribute. if there is no interest in doing more, you know? But if there is a balance, we are fine. Or balance between innovation. In America now they always say disruptive innovation and customary tradition. Both is needed, absolutely needed. These were 6 out of 100 proposals for good balance. I hope this will help thinking about human ecology, human way of life under the conditions of I keep forgetting the Johann Rockström. Boundaries. So, this is all, and I thank you for your fabulous patience.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this really inspiring insight into what actually would be needed to be done in the world, especially in our economy. We're now planning for a panel discussion. And as already described, it's about Earth for All, about the report that we have heard in parts already, focusing on the 5 important topics seeking to operationalize system change. 5 topics: it's energy transformation, food system transformation, widespread adoption of new economic models in developing countries or economies, reduced inequality to at least achieve a goal of ensuring the wealthiest 10% of the global population have less than 40% of the global wealth, and 5, empower women and invest in education for all. For this panel, I will introduce now the moderator to you. The moderator of this panel is going to be Friedrich Hinterberger. Please join on stage. Friedrich Hinterberger is an economist working on society and environment for more than 40 years now. Your focus is to provide positive messages on how sustainable development can boost well-being and quality for life for all on our planet while respecting the natural boundaries, as well as the fair distribution of wealth and well-being across the earth. And a quote, "Together we can achieve this if we think within and beyond available boxes, including scientific as well as artistic approaches, as well as everyday knowledge of everybody." Welcome, Friedrich Hinterberger, sorry.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction, and this allows me to introduce my co-panelists. One should be on screen. It's Jayati Ghosh from India. She saved us a lot of CO2 emissions. And the other two are Maria Langslehner from Umweltdachverband and where you want, your first European Environmental Bureau, and Astrid Rössler, sorry, from you're a member of the European Parliament. Thank you very much for joining us, and thanks also to you both, Ernst and Till, for setting the stage about which. And here we have Jayati. Thanks for joining us here. Can we hear you? Can we?
Yes, hello,
yes, great.
and it's a pleasure to be with you, even if only virtually.
Great. Thank you very much for joining us. We heard. I just wanted to introduce this panel and say we heard this two wonderful presentations on what could be done, how it could go. Many different perspectives, and in this panel, the way we designed it was that we have various levels of policies and activities. We have the global level, and this is represented by you, Jayati. We have the European level, which Maria will also refer to as also working for the European Environmental Bureau, and we have the Austrian level. So, and on all these levels, a whole lot of things have to be done, as we heard. And the question will be a bit, what could you do, or what would you suggest? What could you do yourselves? What are you doing, and what are you suggesting for all of us on these various levels? And as we agreed is that you, Jayati, will start. We will have brief introductions by our panelists, and well, before I give the word to you, I forgot to say a little bit. I'm here because I represent the Austrian chapter of the Club of Rome. The Austrian chapter of the Club of Rome is a membership organization here in Austria. It is formally and organizationally not connected with, we are an association by the Austrian law. It's not connected, but it's of course content-wise connected, and we try to apply what we get also from the Club of Rome. We try to apply this here in Austria, and if any one of you is interested working with us, joining us, please come to us later. There's also Martin Hoffmann, who is the General Secretary. There's Gertrude over here. So there are several of us. So this was my advertisement blog, sorry. And now I give the word to you, Jayati.
Thank you so much. And I know that everyone here has heard some really exciting keynote presentations, and that the background has already been created. You all know about the 5 big turnarounds that are being proposed and how they are actually eminently doable. So I want to give a little bit of a perspective, if you like, from the Global South, and particularly in terms of how we need to change international institutions and the international architecture to make sure that these turnarounds happen. And finally, if you like, the bottom line is that inequality is at the heart of the problem. Inequality is the reason why we are heading towards humanitarian catastrophes and, frankly, a potential extinction of not just many species, but even of the planet. And we can address those inequalities. We can address them locally, nationally, regionally, but most of all, we have to address them globally, which means that all of us in our own countries have to demand of our states that they insist on a change in the international architecture. So what kind of changes do we demand? I know that there are many young people in the audience. I know that many of them are probably active. You're probably quite active in terms of demanding change and demanding something be done, whether it's Fridays for the Future or whatever. It's very important to realize that we have to make specific demands of our governments within the country, but also in the international fora. We have to demand, for example, an end to fossil fuel subsidies. The IMF is estimating nearly $6 trillion a year in fossil fuel subsidies, which is ridiculous, direct and indirect. We have to say, end them now. Use that money to actually provide green financing. We are pitiful in terms of providing climate finance. It's not a gift of the rich countries to the poor countries. It is essential global public investment to save the planet. So we need to make sure that all governments contribute, and those who can contribute more, which is really the rich countries, contribute proportionately more to a major global fund that ensures green investments wherever they're required and in whichever ways they're required. We have to make sure that they provide for loss and damage because of climate change, and for all the mitigation and adaptation efforts, because we know that climate change adaptation is critical now. We know that changing global food systems, you heard about how essential that is, but it's going to cost money. And that money is available. We know that advanced economies, they can pull money out of a hat when they want, right? We saw that during the COVID pandemic. That money has to be directed towards saving the planet, but also ensuring the reduction or elimination of poverty and the massive reduction of inequality. So many, many things. We need a global tax deal that will enable countries to tax the very rich. I'm not even talking about the top 10%. Just tax the top 1% or the top 0.1%. If you actually tax the wealth of the top 0.1% of the world, just let's say 4%, so small they wouldn't even notice it, you would have enough to finance the energy turnaround globally. We are talking about unbelievable inequalities that can be changed. And so we have to demand much more taxation of the rich, much more taxation of multinational corporations to fund the transitions that we know are so essential. We have to demand regulation of large capital, which is currently undermining all the efforts that we have to move towards a green transition. Partly it is subsidies for fossil fuels, but it's also the profit-seeking motives of private companies. You can't blame them. That's what they're there for. But we have to regulate them so that they don't add to the problem. At the moment, in fact, we are adding to that problem every day. We are making things worse. We are making the climate hotter. We are making our food systems more unsustainable. We are destroying the environment. We are ecologically disastrous. We are undermining many, many other species in nature. So all of these things are because we are letting it happen. So we really need a combination of carrots and sticks, incentives, yes, but also regulation. Prevent the bad stuff from happening. If the large financial institutions in the world, let's say BlackRock or these others, if they're spending $100, let's say, I mean, at the moment it's trillions of dollars, but let's say for every $100 they give to brown finance, to coal, to fossil fuels, etc., let's say, well, then you have to give $500 for green financing, for the just energy transition. We can do this. It really just requires political will. Unfortunately, the large corporations that are doing this damage have got tremendous lobbying power, and they are able to make governments do the policies that they want. We need a citizens' movement to change that. We need a citizens' movement to make governments feel they have no choice but to respond, because the problem is urgent. The problem, it's so large that people often think, oh my God, there's nothing we can do. But I'm sure, as you have seen from these papers and from these presentations, these are doable. These can be done. We just need the political will, and we need it urgently. We need it now. So all of you young people, all of you concerned citizens, all of you artists, think of the different ways in which you can raise consciousness among people about this, about how pressing the problem is and how disastrous the consequences will be if we just continue as business as usual. Think of, spread the word about how, in fact, all of these changes are doable. It's really power that is preventing us. It's the power of large corporations and their lobbying abilities. We have to confront that with people power. And that means that we have to make more and more people aware. That's where all of you young people, all of you creative people have this huge role to play. I can say much more, but I will wait for questions, and I'm sure there will be many. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will definitely come back to this global view. But before that, I would like to give the floor to the European perspective by Maria Langsteiner. And you're welcome to say a few words about yourself and what you're working on.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Maria Langsteiner. I work for the Umweltdachverband in Vienna. Umweltdachverband is an environmental umbrella organization that represents more than 30 environment and nature conservation organizations. So our main field of work is environmental policy, both at EU level but also on national level. And my focus is on economic transition. So I was trained in socio-ecological economics. So in my work, I try to think of the social, ecological, and economic sphere together. So basically, I see the environmental problems as rooted in the current socio-economic system, how it works. So that's why we, I mean, in the keynote we have heard that this economic model is highly problematic for social and environmental reasons. I think I don't need to explain that anymore after this inspiring keynote. But what we do, especially together with our umbrella organization in Brussels, so that's our partner organization, the European Environmental Bureau, we started a few years ago to increasingly look into the systemic issues of environmental problems, which I have just said is that growth-oriented economic model. So now we are trying to bring the economic topic also in our organization, but also demand political change, both on EU level and also on national level. So in our advocacy work around systemic change, we increasingly use the concept of the well-being economy. So it has somehow become established in the European discussion, not only amongst civil society organizations, but also on the political level. Because the European Union itself committed to shift towards a well-being economy, and also other governments did already. And I will talk about these developments in a minute, but first of all, just briefly, what do we mean by well-being economy? So for us, it's a vision of an economy that is structured in a way that it serves the well-being of people and planet alike. So it's about an economy that delivers social justice and respects planetary boundaries. Also, for us, it's an umbrella term for all growth alternative models. And one important strand within the whole debate is the beyond GDP debate, meaning that economic success should no longer be measured by one indicator alone. And there are five basic needs that need to be met in a well-being economy. This is dignity, nature, connection, fairness, and participation. And because we also work on circular economy, we advocate for a sufficiency-based circular economy, because we need to address the consumption side, not only production side. We also need to address the consumption side. We need to consume less and differently. So now to the developments on the European level. So we have seen that networks and alliances have emerged in Europe and beyond. And one important stakeholder in this regard is the Wellbeing Economy Alliance. That's a global movement with more than, I think, 200 members, including the Economy for the Common Good, for example, then Donut Economics Action Lab, or also our umbrella organization in Brussels. And they want to create a momentum for economic transformation. And what is particularly interesting to us is that this alliance also instigated the Wellbeing Economy Governments Partnership. So here the governments are included in this whole debate, which is very interesting, because this partnership is a collaboration of national and regional governments. Currently there are 5. It's New Zealand, Scotland, Iceland, Wales, and Finland, and they all agreed to align their policies and budgets with the concept of the well-being economy. I just want to give 2 examples. New Zealand, for example, they introduced a well-being budget and the living standards framework. The living standards framework, for example, is a dashboard of indicators, so they don't only report on the financial and fiscal development, but they include social and ecological indicators as well. And another interesting example is also the Wellbeing of Future Generation Act that was adopted in Wales. And so they put the importance of well-being into law. And I find this is quite a unique piece of legislation, because with this act, they protect the interests of future generations. And besides those examples of governments, there is also the European Union agreed to shift towards a well-being economy, namely in the 8th Environment Action Programme. The Environment Action Programme is a 10-year plan from 2020 to 2030, and it's binding to all 3 institutions, to the European Commission, to the Parliament, and to the Council. So it means also to the member states. And this is quite important because it was for the first time that all 3 institutions agreed on this program. The 7 Environment Action Programs before were just like messages, or it was just done by the Commission. But this time it's also it was also agreed by all 3 institutions. And what did they agree on? They agreed to advance towards a well-being economy and to provide a dashboard of indicators. With dashboard of indicators, I mean to go beyond GDP, basically. And at the moment, the European Commission already works on a well-being economy framework, and probably next year there will be first results. They also consulted stakeholders, so our partner organization in Brussels was involved into these debates. My first input was just to give some example what's going on, and I think there are interesting developments going on at European level and also in other countries. I mean, if my example with the well-being economy government partnership is quite interesting. We hope that we will be able in Austria to initiate similar discussions on the well-being economy, and also ideally to convince our government to join such a partnership, because as we've heard, everyone is responsible to do something at the political level as well.
Thank you very much. We heard that there is a lot going on, will be in Europe, and I'm sure there's a lot still to be done. We'll come back to that. I may say that I had a chance to look at the report Earth for All already, and there is a strong reference to the well-being economy also made. The good thing, and also a bit of a pity, is it's already sold out. It came out on Monday, and it's not available anymore. I think Martin got the last copy here in the bookshop, but I'm sure there is more on the way, and there is also an ebook, of course, and you can look at this. Astrid, now coming to the Austrian level, and you also worked on the regional level, so I'm eager to hear what your contribution could be.
Thank you, Fritz. Hello and good afternoon. So I think my part is the most difficult one now, for I'm a politician, and I'm the one responsible if the science's results are turned into reality. So my name is Astrid Rössler. Right now I'm an environmental speaker in the National Parliament, and as Fritz mentioned, I worked on the province level for a few years, so I'm in politics just for maybe 12, 14 years, which is not that long. And before that, I worked for decades on the environmental topics, for environmental law and participation, and mainly on environmental conflict resolutions. For I always suffered. I suffered a lot for the environmental conflicts that were solved with kind of laws, and I felt that the laws did not give the best solution for the environment, nor for the people involved. And right now in the parliament, the Green Party is part of the government, so it's more or less my duty or my role to put into action and put in legal proceedings and turn what's necessary to be done for sustainability, which is not that easy, not in these times, and I think it's never been easy before to have a strong position for environment and participation of people and climate goals. I think we are even getting far away from what's needed to be done. But nevertheless, I would like to describe what I think might be the next step to improve that democratic tools to turn into reality what has to be done. And democracy, I think, is a bit too slow to get a good management for the crisis. It's a multiple crisis right now. It's a climate crisis, biodiversity loss, it's energy, it's peace, it's inequality. Jayati, I fully agree what you said before. I fully agree. I teach international students in sustainable tourism, so I really know about many countries, the problems of sustainability in tourism. And the democratic paths for solutions, we did a lot for transparent and participation within the legal procedures, but still it takes too much time. That's one thing. We could be faster, okay, but once you come into realization of, let's say, what has to be done to meet the climate goals, it's a problem of which interests are very strong in the final decisions. And this is not the common interest, the public common interest for a sustainable planet and for the survival of human mankind. I don't want to talk about just the Austrian focus. It's a global question. And how to improve the political and the legal procedures to get a stronger position for the common public interests and not for the interests of smaller groups and interests and single issues that are represented, I think, and I realize it's too strong. We need to have a public interest, a strong public interest. And I would like to turn it in stronger words. We're talking a lot about human rights, and that was important for the past 50, 100 years and more. But I think now, today, we have to talk about human duties. Human duties to work hard to save the planet. We need a definition. What's a duty of being a human for the next generation? It's not enough to talk about freedom. Freedom is used by those people who want to get the most money and the most income for their own profits. But we need, what's their duty? To contribute to a planet that is worth living all over the globe, not just in Europe. And I agree, it's more duty on high-level educated and high-level income and well-being countries like European countries, like Austria, like Germany, and so on, to contribute to a bigger share for the well-being of the world, to spend more in cooperation with the global south, to spend much more on knowledge, technology, and climate action in other countries. So this is what I'm thinking about. Sometimes I'm worried, but I would never give up, not a clue of giving up. I think it's such an important time right now. It's a lot of very important decisions to be done, and I'm happy about all the support that helps me to have that role in Parliament and to fight for a safer environment and to have a good future for next generations.
Thank you. Thank you. Now that I listen to all three of you, I think we have a full circle now in a way. And you all talked about conflicts. You talked about the power. And I want to come back to you, Jayati. You said a lot of, we know this and that, the many things that need to be done, and this is true since the first report to the Club of Rome. And I think a lot has been done since then. But then you said it's the power that is against it. When I started to read the new report, I thought maybe that you bring the inequality question and the poverty question so up front. That could be to try to overcome this somehow. And then I found on the website and in both slides of both Ernst and Till, it was showed also, there is this button, join us. So my question to you as also an author, co-author of the report, what can we expect when we push this button? Join us, and what can we actually do together with you and to overcome this power thing?
You know, that's such a good question. And I really hope that all of you in the audience and all of us can actually join together to respond. So if you press this button, you will know what exactly can change and what could be done in your country, in your region, or even globally. How much would change if, for example, we demand that the IMF releases much more of its liquidity, the special drawing rights, to make it available to poor countries. If we demand a proper resolution of debt of the poor countries, what would happen? Who would gain? How would people in the poor countries be able to meet their basic needs? How would that prevent the inability now of most developing countries to actually make the kinds of transitions and changes that we need? If we press on other buttons, we can find out what role is being played by the control over knowledge and intellectual property rights, which are being enforced not in people's interest, not in the interests of anybody in the world in terms of ordinary people, but only in the interests of large corporations. And we can see how much difference would be made if we actually got rid of those intellectual property rights for critical areas in public health, of course, but in all of the elements of the green transition, or all of the technology that we need to make sure that humanity can confront this challenge. Once we know these things, we can go out there and talk about it, disseminate, make more people aware. You know, it's not that governments are bad. Governments respond to the pressures they face. And right now they're facing pressures from big corporations who are interested in their own short-term profitability. We have to make them feel the pressure that is coming from nature, from the planet, and from all of us. In other words, we have to generate sufficient pressure that governments bring in the kinds of changes that are required. In terms of de-recognizing a lot of the monopolies over knowledge, in terms of reducing the subsidies on fossil fuels, in terms of enabling greater taxation of the wealthy and of large corporations, in terms of regulating finance and ensuring that money goes to the sectors that we need. It can be done, but it really means we have to have a big popular movement. So that's why I keep saying this. You know, the book is I think it's a tremendous piece of work, of collective work done by scientists and economists and others, but it's also a call to action. And so it's very important for each one of us in our own ways to try and spread this message and make sure enough people know about it that governments are forced to respond.
Thanks a lot, and we'll definitely come back to that. I again want to turn to you, Maria. You told us about the 5 good ones, the Scotland and so countries that really do something: New Zealand, Scotland, Wales, Iceland, Finland. They are doing this for a couple of years, I guess, or months or years. So it's quite a new movement, but already working, as you explained to us. Can you already see what they are? Are they facing the powers also of the negative powers, or are there also powers that work against that, or is it so that they can really be that we can really follow them and they find a lot of followers beyond the NGOs that, of course, like that?
Well, actually, I don't know that much about this partnership in detail, because it's quite it's not so transparent. They have these informal meetings where they share expertise and best practices. So it's more like a partnership where they are sharing which policy work, which not. And I mean, New Zealand, for example, with their well-being budget and their living standards framework, I mean, they also have not overcome social inequality, and so they have started. But I think it's important to have this message that do you go beyond GDP to put well-being in the center, because we need a new paradigm. And at the moment, it's all about economic growth. And when I put well-being in the center and inform my citizens about it, it can create a different dynamic. And I mean, none of these countries claim that they have achieved a well-being economy, by far not. But I think it's important to have a strategy, to have this vision, to tell it to the people, and because it shows that it's the government that wants to shift. And I think in Austria, for example, we lack such a discussion on transformation. Yeah, I mean, actually we would need a Ministry of Economic Transition and these kind of things. And in other countries there is, I feel, a bit more going on, because we need to get over this. I mean, we have all topics are interlinked and interdependent, so this also needs to be represented on the government level. I feel like everyone works in their ministry and in their field. However, we need this holistic perspective and to make policies according to these interlinkages.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And before we will, in a minute, open up to the audience to enable you to pose questions to all of the panelists, I would like to ask you, Astrid, about, we saw, I think it was mentioned that a vast majority of the, I think, industrialized countries would favor such a shift in the economy, or exactly what also you were presenting. Why do politicians not see that? They would get a lot of voters if they would make these turnarounds, or where is the problem?
So these are two questions. First of all, are political representatives ready to see and act for a change? I think they are. They are more than we might suppose, but they might need to be pushed a little bit, and there are good, I think, good examples that it's worth trying to get support from the citizens, like the climate change protests. They did a lot, they changed a lot, and they kind of encouraged all parties to do more for climate, to reach the climate goals. That was a push for climate action. And another example is to talk about food waste. There are many of private initiatives, and there is a demand to change that food waste. There is 1 million of food that is thrown away each year in Austria, and people are so fed up because of that. They want it changed. They don't want to continue. And the third example is the Citizens' Council, the Climate Citizens' Council, that were 100 people selected by chance, and they were joined for half a year, from January to June, July this year, and they spent 6 weekends and these were people from all ages, all kind of age, profession, regions, and they were very different. And that was a very good, a good try to find out, once if you join them on a certain question, like how to fight climate change, and you support these people with very good scientists, and you put them into teams. So they spent 6 weekends, and that changed completely. And it's worth reading the final report of that Klimarat. The final report, it's on the internet. And we were very, very curious, what are the suggestions? And they were very bold suggestions. So I think this is more than enough. It's a gift to politics to have results like this. For that, it's an empowerment for scientific-based political decisions. This is what we need, and I think it's kind of cooperation and supply and demand of information and empowerment that political decisions might change with more pressure from the civil groups and scientific. So we need both to improve these decisions and to get to be faster.
Okay, thank you very much. I see here on the clock we have more than 20 minutes to go in this panel. So I would like to open up and ask you here in the audience, do you have comments or especially questions to the panelists, maybe also to the authors of the report? Also Ernst and Till are still here. So who wants to start? Yes.
Hello. Hello, thank you very much. Very interesting. Not sure if you're aware, but in the UK there's a political movement that are aimed at holding our politicians accountable for inequality at the moment called Enough is Enough. And at the same time, our new Prime Minister has just chosen to enable fracking again and subsidize the big oil companies. What would you say to people like me who've kind of lost hope? Because time and time again we see politicians cowering to the interests of shareholders and big companies over a vocal public who are looking for betterment in the environment and good things for people.
Okay, I suggest that we collect 2 or 3, so if there are other questions.
Thank you for your nice presentations. Maybe just to follow up what this gentleman from England said, even here in Linz, you know, there are lots of initiatives, public citizen initiatives who want to bring the traffic out of Linz, but our government here is bringing in even more traffic into the city. And all these initiatives, you know, we are like biting into concrete, nothing happens. So we have beautiful words and we all say we should. And then if the public initiatives are doing something, we are just, you know, being called silly or stupid and nothing happens. So it's very frustrating to be an activist, actually.
So maybe one more if there is. Yes, over there.
Thank you. I want to raise the first question to the level of less optimism even. So the last 2 years we've seen how little science is appreciated in the general opinion, and since democratic process relies on the majority of people and the majority being informed, why should we even believe that the democratic process would work if we have to reduce our way of living?
I think somehow the essence of all 3 questions was, why do you still have hope? And why are you doing this work, and with what kind of hope you are doing? I think you, Astrid, you said it explicitly that you are still hoping and working. So maybe you want to start? Please give us hope.
I didn't say that I still have a lot of hope, but I would say to give up is no option, no option at all. And yes, still I want to try and to fail and try again and try better. I'm experienced in a citizen initiative that was very frustrating to the woman up there. Though it might be frustrating, it still makes sense not to give up and to try again. So to give an example from my political experience, I am the person that did a speed limit to 80 kilometers per hour on the motorway in Salzburg. And you can imagine this is quite a hard job to decide a speed limit of 80, which is horrible for all the people on the motorway. And I did it not for traffic jam or whatever, I did it for the health, because the Stickoxide, nitrous oxides, which is it's unhealthy for your lung system and breathing system, and which is a bad thing, that was much too high. And I tried to explain. I said, please, people, listen. It's not. I don't dislike cars, but I dislike the health suffering of people, and there are too many people living left and right from the motorway. And that was an incredible shitstorm on Facebook and whatever you might imagine. And still, I suffered. I knew they won't vote me again. I knew, and it was a fact a few years later. But still, I knew it was important. It was for the health of people. I was convinced I did the right thing, and I was not in a bad feeling when I left due to a bad voting result. The election did not work. So you need to work with failures. It's part to save this planet, never to give up and try again and find another way to get a good. So it's no option. Please, it's no option.
So my impression is you do still have hope. If I interpret, we lost some 15 minutes now. It's now only 5 minutes. Is the clock now right? Yeah. So sorry for that. So we are more or less in the last round of your statement. So I would like to give the word to Maria. Why are you doing this?
Yeah, maybe to respond also to the questions in the audience. Actually, my presentation was meant to give you a bit hope, because I feel that there is something, well, not always not enough, but there is something going on, especially on the European level, to create a new dynamic. And I also think, I mean, I've become an activist because this motivates me, and I think everyone can choose what one does for a living and spend your leisure and I don't know. I also think giving up is never an option. So, but I can imagine that it is hard, especially for the younger generation. I just basically want to make one announcement. So in May next year there will be a Beyond Growth conference in the European Parliament, and it's supported by many political parties, and I think that's a great sign that we have such a debate in such an important institution. And also, again, another final word, I have issued this magazine on the well-being economy, so I have a few copies here. If you're interested, you can come to me later. That's, I think.
Thank you. Jayati, please. No, we don't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
no.
You know, I really appreciate the frustration and the exhaustion of all of you activists. I think all of us have felt this, that, oh my God, we do this, and then governments come and do exactly the opposite. And yes, it is, because the powers, as we've all talked about, the powers that can impact the state are the ones that are pushing for more destructive economic and other policies. So I suppose at one level it's a question of, can humanity step back from the brink? And I really fundamentally do believe we can. I mean, otherwise, frankly, we should all just be going home to bed and waiting for the end. So I do believe humanity can step back from the brink. I think their changes have occurred, not as much as we want, obviously, far too slow. Many more bad things are happening than good things. But 5 years ago, if you had told me the IMF would come out with a statement about the extent of those fossil fuel subsidies and say something has to be done about it. If you had told me 8 countries in the world are adopting well-being indicators as the basis for their economic policy, if you had told me that more and more countries are demanding, even in the international fora, that we have to go beyond GDP, and that the UN itself is taking this up on a very systematic level, saying we are not going to look at GDP as the only indicator, we are going to look at ecological, employment, and human welfare indicators instead. These are big changes, and they have the potential to shift policy. Having said that, yes, it's deeply frustrating. And governments are short-term, governments are subservient to large capital. We have to keep that noise going. And that noise has an impact. It doesn't always appear, But let's say in the UK, I mean, if Liz Truss can just get away with it, this complete reversal, that's a problem. There has to be much more noise in the UK as well. Instead of a kind of fatalistic, oh my God, that's what they're going to do because it's a Conservative party that has this instinct. There has to be pushback. Big capital is very good at pushback. We have to get very good at pushback. And I think people pushback can make a difference. It's already changed a lot of the discussion. I would also implore all of you in Austria, in Europe, please don't just think of your local and national. Please think of how to change the international, because these environmental and climate changes don't just impact one country. They don't respect borders and visas and passports. They are going to impact everyone. So unless we do something for the rest of the world, unless we provide the climate finance and make those other global changes, it won't matter what you do within your own country. So we really have to think globally and push our governments to think globally as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, here you are again. Thank you very much also that you reminded us on the successes. I think we should also celebrate the successes, not only be frustrated, which I think is fair enough, as you said. And I think what motivates, and this is not my last, what motivates me a lot with the new report is that we are not alone in the sense we are not just environmentalists. So the 5 challenges here is also there are 4 more movements that are dealing with the poverty, with the inequalities, with the gender issues, and we should do this together, and then we are more, and that maybe helps us in achieving some of our goals, and the fights will go on. So thank you very much for joining this panel, you, the panelists, you, the audience. Thanks to India, and I wish you a fruitful further conference or festival here in this wonderful universities, where, by the way, I studied here in the last century. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the deep insights in what's happening already. There's so many things popping up that I could think of would be of highly interest. And also, things have popped up that really are shocking. Especially you said, Astrid, democracy is too slow. I'm wondering what's the alternative. Nevertheless, thank you very much for your really splendid panel. Thank you. Now we are closing this first block. I also want to thank you again, the speakers of the first round, Till and Ernst Ulrich. Thank you so much for your presentation and insights. We will have a 10 minutes break, and we will be back at 4 o'clock here with the work of the future. Thanks a lot. Hello again. For those who have not been here before, my name is Horst Hörtner, and I'm directing the Ars Electronica Futurelab. And this is the second block of the Ars Electronica Futurelab afternoon sessions. This is the intro to the Work of the Future panel. And what we have heard so far is, and I'd like you to rethink also what has happened already on stage, make some notes maybe of what will happen on stage about that as well with our inspirational speakers, because at the end this entire discussion is on you, or I should rather say on us all together, thinking about what we have heard so far, using what we have heard, I would say using it as a map and a compass, and try to generate a path for us in the future concerning the work of the future, concerning on how would we generate our income on a planet B, ideally, utilizing the map and the compass that we have been given, and try to come up with the right questions. The point is really, what are the right questions concerning the work of the future? This special session intends to discuss different perspectives towards how do we imagine the existential base of our income on planet B. What are the right questions to be asked? Can we save resources spent on workplaces or work environments, and at the same time reduce the inequalities that we have heard? Gender equality, again, how can we bring that down to our daily work? This fishbowl session addresses these topics based on an intense interaction with you. So it's all about you helping us to discuss this topic. We will start with a short list of people, personalities with very diverse backgrounds. And I would like actually to introduce to you Gianpaolo Barozzi. Gianpaolo Barozzi, I hand over the microphone to you. Thank you very much. Gianpaolo Barozzi leads the Cisco People Experience Innovation Team and the Intelligent Human Network Project. His team focuses on revealing the most relevant signals in change in the world of work, exploring their impact and prototyping innovative experience and solutions to ensure Cisco continues to lead the way to the future of work, or to the work of the future. With the tool WebEx, Cisco has developed a pioneer position for remote work on Earth. And I would like to ask you a question on, when you think back on what we have heard so far, I mean, how is the work of the future changing in a large corporation like Cisco? Where are the fundamentals that are in question?
Yes, if you don't mind being Italian, I would rather stand and not touch anybody else with waving. So first of all, buongiorno. Thank you, Ernst, for being here. So let me start with, I'm going to be one of the bad guys of the previous session, you know, the one concentrating on growth and, you know, wanting capitalism to be better, but still existing. So glad to have more about it later in our conversation. But let me start with a very quick experiment, okay? Now, concentrate a bit. Think about one person that you know very well, that is an adult, either, you know, relatives or one of your parents, you know, my aunt Mary, my father, and without thinking too much, in your mind, introduce him or her to me. My aunt Mary is, or my father is, or. So think a bit how you would introduce this person. Okay, now think about of introducing yourself to me. Right? In my case, I'm Gianpaolo, and I, you know, think about it. Easily, what comes to your mind? Thank you, thank you. I'm sure that for both description, you had somehow a profession, a work, something that they did. My aunt is a doctor, he is working in a factory, I am a student, I am a researcher, in my case I am an HR director, which means that work is not only and simply a way to get a living, to ensure my income, but has been defining who we are. It's part of our identity. And I think that if one of these people or you have a specific passion that is aligned with what you do, you used it in your definition. And so work is what we do for a living, is helping defining my identity, and if we're lucky, it's actually aligning and fulfilling my aspiration, my goals, my wishes. So today we're here, you know, at the Planet B Ars Electronica Festival to talk about work, because we want also to talk about a specific element of sustainability that often is a bit forgotten, which is human sustainability. If we're not able to create human sustainability, very unlikely we will be able to create all the changes that we expect and make them last. Because at the end of the day, we are the ones that are going to put in place this sustainability. And if you think about human sustainability, for what we just said, work is a fundamental enabler. We can't think about women and men sustainability without thinking what they do, not only for a living, but to fulfill themselves. And so giving the perspective of industries right now, there is a lot of conversation around work. There is a lot of conversation from a very technical perspective, few that are broad. This is why I started in helping us think what work is. And traditionally, the largest providers of work, companies, corporation, industry, and governments, are now thinking about this nature of work. Some of them are redesigning work. Not only the way in which they structure it and they pay for it, but also the way in which they design it to deliver it to their people. Plus, during the pandemic, there was another major revolution. I like to say that the main casualty created by COVID-19 has been Friedrich Taylor. Friedrich Taylor is the theorist of the work in the way we structure it up to 2019. Then, overnight, more or less, we had an entire economy that started to work at home. And so this mix between work is a place where I go, the office, and work is all around me, and the mix of my life and work becomes a single thing, has started another major rethinking about work. You know, the entire you only live once movement, for example. If tonight you're joining us at the 8K space, we're going to show you how hybrid work and work shows up at Cisco. These are actually the visualization done by the Futurelab team of the connection between our people, 1,500 throughout the globe. You have here on the left-hand side the US, and on the opposite side, the eastern part of our globe, which means that now work is really messy. This is why a lot of fundamental themes are now coming into the conversation. Fairness, justice, equity, security, social security, inclusion, the ability to fully participate, and finally purpose. There are companies, ours is one of that have a chief purpose officer. And what does this organization do? It actually thinks about how the company collective purpose is pushing for sustainability and a better world, but also is thinking about how the company is designing work for our people so that work is actually fulfilling their own purpose. So, to close, 2 messages and 2 questions for all of us. First one is, let's think about human sustainability and not only the other dimension, because it's fundamental. Purpose is a fundamental player into our future. And the question for all of us is, what is our own purpose? And how the things that we are doing are actually aligning and fulfilling it. Because at the end of the day, only fulfilling our purpose, we will be able to change the world as we want. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You said one thing in particular that makes me think of that the industrial Marxian triangle of capital, work, and soil, as he called it, might be in question already, actually also in the corporation world, which seems to be promising. Rialu. Rialu has been in the game development industry for more than 15 years now, aside from being active in the Game Developers Association of the Philippines. She also runs a studio in Manila. She is a past president of the Soroptimists International Club of, I already lost it, Parañaque, thank you. A socio-civic organization advocating the betterment of the lives of women in particular, and girls. A core member of the Creative Content Creator Association of the Philippines, and a 2015 awardee at the Negocio Filipina Entrepreneurship Award. She's a successful Philippine business leader who has been supporting ILO's, International Labour Organization's, Women in STEM program for years now. Warm welcome to Rialu.
Thank you.
Ria, we're really interested to learn from you, in particular about the Philippines, and how do they cope with the so-called digital transformation, and especially in the field of inequality of gender. Could you give us an insight on that?
Sure. If you don't mind, I'll just stay here so that I can see the fellow panelists as well as the audience. So, well, the Philippines isn't really a very digitally advanced country in the first place. I remember back in 2019, I was vacationing in Japan. I was in the mountains, with wild boars and everything. But I was on 4G while my team was sharing 1 Mbps in the central business district of Manila. So that's kind of how slow our internet is. It's better now, but there are still a lot of places that are like that. And I'm not even just talking about the provinces. I mean, even the big cities, like I said, the central business district, there are portions that have that kind of really, really slow internet. But aside from internet speeds, the Philippines also kind of has trouble accepting digital in the past. Like, for example, contracts. For the longest time, or even now actually, contracts have to be signed by pen and paper. They don't accept digital. Most courts don't accept digital contracts. When you're in a bank, when you're opening a digital bank account, you're still required to submit physical copies of notarized secretary certificates in triplicate. So it's kind of weird, that we're so resistant to digital. E-commerce as well. For the longest time, e-commerce couldn't work in the Philippines, primarily because most people in the Philippines are unbanked. They don't have bank accounts. I mean, good luck expecting them to have credit cards, right? So how do you do e-commerce, right? So that's kind of the original landscape of the Philippines. But then the pandemic happened. So with the pandemic happening, businesses closed, banks were open only like every other week. Most people were really, in a difficult spot because lack of work, or for those people who did have work, they had trouble getting paid because, like I said, banks were closed most of the time. So the government really pushed for digital transformation back in 2020. And it was hard because the concept was so abstract for the Filipinos during that time. I mean, what do you mean, right? Digital transformation. So if I email you my form, instead of going to you physically, is that considered digital transformation already? So it's kind of that. We were really trying to figure it out as we went along. So definitely there were industries that had a really hard time adjusting to that digital transformation. But there were also groups that did really well with this digital transformation. Particularly, the group that did really well were the women of the Philippines. In 2020 data from our Department of Trade showed that 84% of internet-related businesses are owned by women, which is, we're learning now that actually isn't normal in the rest of the world, but we kind of thought that was kind of normal. But I suppose, let me backtrack a little bit and tell you a little bit of the gender landscape in the Philippines. So first of all, we never really thought that women couldn't do anything. In the first place, in our language, in the Filipino language, pronouns have no gender. So that's why it's kind of a little hard for us when we're learning European languages. It's like, really? Tables are female? But things like those. But we don't have gender in our language. That's the first thing. Our first woman president was in the 1980s, and there wasn't really any fanfare about her being a woman. Nobody thought that she couldn't become a president just because she's a woman. So that's kind of like how Filipinos are, except we were colonized by 3 different nations, all of which were patriarchal societies. So I think the gender equality that's happening in the country right now is sort of like more of a perceptual thing. This is like, we think that this is how we should be perceived as. So because of that, we have this weird, fake patriarchy going on, wherein when you look at the surface, yes, you have like most of the CEOs of multinational companies are men. Yeah, and if you ask, people would say, no, it's the men who are supposed to be the heads of the household. Okay, all right. But then if you peel the surface and look a little deeper, the situation changes. Like, yes, true, CEOs of multinational corporations are mostly guys, but then 70% of businesses in the Philippines are owned by women. So that's kind of how the Philippines looks like. But that's inside our country. Once you step out and start doing things internationally, of course we face the same inequalities as maybe the rest of the world. Now, let's go back to digital transformation. So definitely there's a lot of things that didn't work with digital transformation, but I'll talk about 2 things that really worked, especially in gender, with the lens of gender equality. First was remote work. So with everything shutting down, suddenly, we needed to find a way to work in a place where we aren't in. So like, for example, our provinces, we can't work there. There's nothing there. So we had to get out somehow. If you look at this picture over here, this is a picture I took of one of our beaches back in February. I was workationing there earlier this year. This is like paradise, right? But normally, people who work here, the locals who work here, only earn around 200 to 300 euros a month. All of a sudden, with this digital transformation that allowed people to go online and find work, suddenly we can work in places like this, earning more than what we normally did, working less time than we normally did. So I don't know if you've heard of the type of work called virtual assistant. It's basically like an assistant, but virtually. So it's like, I can do everything for you except make your coffee. There's a lot of that type of work that's going on in places like this. We only need a computer with internet, and then we can actually do this type of work, servicing people from outside of the Philippines. Second, aside from remote work, the second thing that sort of grew in the pandemic was e-commerce. So for the longest time, nobody wanted e-commerce, right? But then, with the pandemic, there's really nothing you could do. Good thing there was a service that came out back home wherein you could now have a digital wallet just using your mobile phone. And there are more mobile phones in the Philippines than there are Filipinos. So the adoption happened quite quickly. And when we started doing e-commerce, it grew. Everybody started buying online. There were crises that were happening inside in the Philippines at the start of the pandemic. They were fun little crises. We had these sweet purple buns. Everybody at the start of the pandemic was selling sweet purple buns online, and people bought. So in conclusion, with this whole digital transformation, it really helped open up opportunities for a lot of people in the Philippines, especially the women. And what part of digital transformation that helped us was really working remotely, servicing other countries and not just our own, and also entrepreneurship played a really big part of it, like I said, with the e-commerce and the digital stores. And so yeah, that's basically what helped in the sense of digital transformation when we're looking at gender in the Philippines.
Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you very much. How could the Philippines teach the rest of the world how to increase gender equality? In Europe, this is totally different. The numbers are below 50 and less. 84, you said, 84%. It's, wow, fantastic. We need to learn from you. The next round would be Markus. Markus Neustädter is an artist from Johannesburg, earned his undergraduate and master's degree in fine arts from the University of the Witwatersrand in South Africa. As artistic director, facilitator, researcher, and strategist to various creative industries and areas, he finds himself building opportunities and networks for co-production projects beyond the personal artistic practice into seeking entrepreneurial and alternatively cultural ecosystems in the creative sector. His 20-year collaboration with Stephen Hobbs in the Trinity Session is currently addressing the need for job creation, self-employment, and locally relevant community engagement in South Africa. In Europe, Trinity Session is a partner of the recently appointed European Institute of Innovation and Technology, EIT, Culture and Creativity, as well as the Ars Electronica together. Markus is an adjunct professor with the Nelson Mandela University and currently moves between his studios in Johannesburg and Vienna. A warm welcome to Markus.
I will stand. I will turn this way to make sure we're included. Thank you very much. It's great to be here. It's quite nice to hear the different perspectives on work of the future. I specifically I was told I can use only one slide, so I specifically chose this slide because Tulisile Bindo, who you see on the screen there, who's a performer and a collaborator that I work a lot with in Johannesburg, is actually in a space of a studio of mine where I've built Planet B out of objects that are found in the trash and everywhere else, and we created this environment. And why I thought I'd present this and why I'd like to address this in relation to the question of work for the future, work of the future, is because essentially this person who's so different to me, also South African, from a different background, culturally, she's a performer, I don't know what I am, I draw, I do things. And as artistically we have different languages, verbally we have different languages, and yet we operate in the same circles when we're producing work in very different but similar contexts. And what I mean with that is we are both products of our own creative inequalities within the context of South Africa. 35%, I believe, is the unemployment rate at the moment in South Africa. It's not good. The focus of the government is on job creation, job creation, job creation. Unfortunately, most of the job creation goes to bricklayers, as opposed to thinkers and innovators and transformers. That is really what we need. So our cue and our question around how do we empower the artists to become the carriers of the jobs of the future is to say, what is the essential tasks that they have and the essential abilities that they have that we can push beyond the basic skill sets. So we can all learn how to craft something if we work hard enough, but how do you take it to the next level? And what we realized is the failure of education system in South Africa, and I'd like to add there the failure of universities' education systems in South Africa, is that as an artist you come out kind of naive. You come and you learn how to make a picture, but actually the buyers of that picture is some international art market and not your local consumers, because there's not enough art buying in that world. Similarly with performers, you enter the theater world and that's about as far as it goes. So you have to create your own audience. You have to become your own manager, you have to become your own promoter, you have to become your own digital assistant, and you start to realize that actually the cultural producer within the context of a third world environment such as South Africa, it has become the know-it-all, the person that is able to tap into all the different systems. And suddenly as a freelancer, you get jobs all over the place because you're able to project manage, you're able to take your tasks on. So all the young developing artists that we work with at the Trinity session have actually been through a process of self-development and self-employment and self-empowerment just merely because they have to survive, which comes back to the question of balance between the passion and the survival. And what we're noticing is that over the last years, pre-pandemic, let's add that first, there was an incredible shift towards artists actually realizing that there's a job for him beyond the process of just fitting into the art market. And so I do truly believe that there's something about an engagement process that the artists can offer in shaping something around what it means to be working in the future. I'll give you an example. As a group of artists, we get asked by the city of Johannesburg to put artworks in a public space. So we enter, we realize we're not going to put the artworks up, we're actually going to engage with the community. We've done this for 20 years. We know by now, you put something up, it gets stolen. You have to make sure that everyone talks to each other and then put something up, and then hopefully it'll survive. And so the strategy suddenly becomes that we talk, we engage, we ask questions, we invite you to come and be part of the artists. We interconnect with people, and suddenly we realize the community of practice is actually our skill. Our skill as artists is not to make the artwork that then stands on the square, because no one really cares about that thing. Again, if it's made of metal, it's more valuable on the recycle dump for money than it is as art. So you have to really think about what that means. And suddenly the city has recognized that as artists, we become ideal mediators between the vision that they have, the need that the community wants, and the artistic vision that we have. And so suddenly there's a completely new job description that didn't exist before. Before it was clipboard researchers that would go and ask people, do you like the color red? Yes, good. Do you like now suddenly there's an engagement process where people are telling their stories, content is being thrown out, the city has to listen, and we mediate. And suddenly the artist becomes this empowered freelance person that has created his or her own job. And for me, that is something to really think about around creating a freelance world where your ability comes from the context, speaks to you, and actually new jobs are created. Similarly, audience development. I love being in Europe because you go to an exhibition or you come to the festival and there are queues standing and there are people waiting to experience culture. You know, what a wonderful thing. You know, in a context where art is not that important, and I would even argue the notion of art, the way we celebrate it in Europe, is an imported and maybe even imposed notion on a lot of the African continent. Very problematic statement, but I do want to argue that one day. With that imposition, comes a lack of interest in the conventions of what we experience as art. So if I come out of a place that makes art, or I sit in my studio and I make pretty pictures, or I make sculptures, I'm expecting people to appreciate them. What we all learn very soon in that context is because there are no queues, because there are no galleries knocking on our doors, and because there's no support system, we have to educate our own audience. New job opportunity. We've developed very quickly a group of artists that become almost, again, the voice piece towards developing new audiences. And what's exciting about that is we're not developing audiences for consuming art, but actually for a certain lifestyle and appreciation of what's around. And I think this is where the intersection again happens between art and ecology, for example, where we're talking about a completely new engagement with a future vision, where the artistic role becomes much more about a dialogue with other disciplines. And I mean, we're standing in the heart of one of these spaces as we speak. I mean, the Future Lab does exactly that. And that interface, again, offers completely new job opportunities and roles where you as an advocate for what you're doing are actually creating an audience that eventually consume what you do. And Tuli and I, for example, did several performances in the past, and now when we collaborate, we also understand each other's artistic language, but we also appreciate the economic exchange that happens around us with whatever performance we're doing. And so this relationship with another artist and the collaborative nature that we have across disciplines, across cultural boundaries, etc., even across language boundaries, starts to again become another vehicle for really interested, integrated exchanges that could be very valuable in the workplace. And again, I think that the examples mentioned around equality, etc., are quite obvious. So for me, in conclusion, is really the process of the artistic practice, not necessarily the outcome, but focusing on that empowerment process of self-empowerment is really something that we need to capitalize on towards really thinking about who am I as someone that's going to work in the future? How do I find that balance between the passion and the survival, but how can I draw more and more on those alternative skills that we don't necessarily label as something important just because we studied one thing? How can we harness those more effectively? And we've got some wonderful case studies in South Africa, and I'm very proud that we're on that journey. But it's a long journey ahead, especially now with all the changes that have happened. We're seeing that there's this incredible crossovers into completely new disciplines and sectors that are opening new doors again. And so the push towards job creation and trying to break down that unemployment rate is for me quite a strange one, because we don't want more people just laying bricks. We want people to actually create their own audience, build their own opportunities, and become those freelancers that can tap into different contexts and spaces. So Tuli's got the long view, as you can see. She's holding the thing the wrong way around, and I think that's exactly what we are. We're artists with a long view, and we're trying to take the time and the research and the prototyping of what we're doing to try and reach that goal at the end, which is a balanced future working environment. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Markus. Passion versus survival. That leads actually perfectly to our next panelist, Viktoria Čačić. Viktoria Čačić from Germany studied physics and biomedical engineering in Austria. Although she successfully finished her master's studies and got the opportunity to work on a research team at the university, she decided to follow her childhood dream of a therapeutical work with horses and children. She has always been interested in political and social topics. The concept of unconditional basic income made her enthusiastic about the possibilities she saw in changing the way of living. After she tried to further the idea in a political party, she joined the association of Generation Grundeinkommen, Generation Universal Income. At the moment, she is even in the process of co-founding a new basic income initiative. Very welcome to this panel. As a self-employed educator and active member of this association for unconditional basic income, how is universal income discussed on a global debate internationally?
Yeah, maybe before I answer your question, I will shortly summarize what I mean when I speak of unconditional basic income. I think the most important notion is that the income that is necessary for life is decoupled from paid work. So without having to prove any need or looking for a job, every inhabitant of a country gets a fixed income every month that is high enough to cover all necessary expenses and to be able to participate in social life. Another important aspect is that an additional income, for example from a job, does not reduce this basic income. And of course, I also don't see this income as a substitute for other governmental tasks such as education or infrastructure or healthcare, but as a supplement. So how could this solve some global problems? Because it's helicopter money, in fact. Yeah, I think there are a lot of problems in the world, and all of them are surely worth solving. But I also think that now we have some very big problems that are affecting the whole world, and because of them, it's especially worth thinking about how a universal basic income could change or could affect these challenges. And what first come to my mind are, of course, two big problems that that are really closely related. Of course, I mean climate change and capitalism. And I think it's no big secret that the turbo capitalism, especially in the industrialized nation, has led to this now noticeable global warming, which are primarily people in the global south have to bear. And it's also no big secret that we as humanity must now work all together on how to deal with this climate change and to prevent the worst from happening. But at the same time, however, it seems quite inappropriate if the main contributors to climate change, so the nations which have grown rich through capitalism, are now depriving the benefits on other countries, because now that they have used up all resources, it's time to save resources. And I think that's where basic income come into change, because there are certain funding models that facilitate resource solving by, for example, making it cheaper to repair some broken things like shoes or electric devices instead of throwing them away to buy new ones. And in this sense, the universal basic income could not only lead to elimination of poverty, but also to the generation of a new wealth where you don't have to resort on a destructive capitalism. And over the last years, there have been a lot of pilot projects all over the world, and all of them showed the same results. No one used this free money they get to just laze around or invest it in some blind consumption, but the people instead used it to improve their children's health care or medical care, or to let them go to school for a longer time. It has been shown that they are less likely to commit crimes, and they even got healthier in a physical and psychological way. And yeah, I think these benefits speak for themselves, and I think yeah, to summarize my talk, what this decoupling from paid work and necessary subsistence can lead to what the world needs now, and that are people which are free from existential hardship and who can spend their time to educate themselves, to get involved politically and socially, to pursue a fulfilling and meaningful work, and to take responsibility for themselves, for their society, and for the whole planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Beck. Thank you. May I also ask an additional question, which is like, what is the financial backing of unconditional income? How would that be financed?
Yeah, there are different models of funding, but the one that I prefer is that consumption is taxed, because the taxation of work is not a very sustainable model, because due to digitalization, automatization, and also a always older population, there will be less and less people who work, so the taxation of consumption is much more sustainable. And it has the effect that people will try to consume less and less, and, for example, repair old things instead of buying new one, because buying something would be more expensive than repair it or do it by themselves. And also they have a lot of time when they don't have to work for their living to do some things by themselves, to repair something or to work for themselves. And like this you can reduce consumption, you can also make a variable tax for different things, depending how good they are for the environment, for the planet. And they are very good models, even calculated by this university, and it has been shown that it could be funded by a consummation tax.
Thank you very much for this insight. And I think, I'm not sure how you think about and how, I mean, I have questions endlessly, especially on that topic. But before we start the questioning round and open up the discussion, I really would like to thank you all for this contribution, especially because, and that is, I think, very important. We've tried in programming something like that to have all the different kind of representatives from the different fields of work that we can group together in 4 people represented here on stage. And in addition, we tried to group different cultural backgrounds here on stage. We strongly believe at the Ars Electronica Futurelab that yes, industry is making a lot or causing a lot of challenges, but the challenges that are caused, or the fact that so many people are living on the work for the industries, gives a huge leverage. And it's very, very often being discussed in, especially when it comes to sustainability, outside or offsite the industry. And I'm so very happy that we have representatives here from the industry, and talking to you, John Paolo, and want to say thank you also, because that shows that, first of all, Cisco, or first of all, industry is part of our society, and we need to have this open discussion with all the society. Even if we all agree on some goal, whatever, we are still missing out the rest of the 8 million. So it's so important to find people with open enough to join this type of discussions. Thank you very much for that. Okay, the chairs need to become free, because now we are addressing you as the general audience to join in the discussion and to give perspectives, to raise questions. Tell us about your experiences in work. Tell us about your expectations, maybe, that you would have, or simply the utopia for the future of work. There are some rules on that fishbowl discussion format that we have. Of course, not to be mentioned, mutually respectful tone, of course, for sure. There are the hot seats. This is the place where we invite you to come, take place and talk with the microphone that the speakers have used as well, and talk to the audience. Participate in the conversation about, everybody is open and allowed, of course, to rejoin, to strengthen his position or her position, and asking further questions. Rejoin the stage as often as you want. in order how to get here is, there are not that many people left anyway, but just come out here to the front row and join from the front row whenever a chair, one of the hot seats, is available and free for you. And, yes, of course, just in case, there is kind of a time limit to it as well. So if somebody starts talking endlessly, I have somewhere, I think I have here, yes, beautifully prepared, colorful cards. Football players would, or football fans would immediately understand what that means. That's just like breaking down, and there is of course also the stopping card in case it's really getting too long. But you can stay on the chair and really also initiate a discussion, just not for too long. The 3 rules: only talk if you're sitting on the hot seat, come sit in the front row and gather a chair as soon when it's possible or free. And please feel free to voluntarily free the chair again for the potential next one. Starting with the questions. There have been a lot of keywords mentioned today. So we were diving through just in this panel so many different aspects on remote work as one consequence of the pandemic. Almost, one would say. I wouldn't call it a consequence. It was there for way longer, but used in this very, very wide acceptance, not only by the individuals, but also by the employing companies. They all of a sudden accepted homework because they had to. Some say the biggest driver for digital transformation so far was COVID-19. We have heard about different perspectives from an artistic practice from Africa, noting this perspective also on a freelance work and how a freelance work could build up and create communities, create identities and create ideas. We have heard from Ria talking about this really fascinating number of 84% of owners, women owners of internet-related businesses at the Philippines. I really would like to learn about how you did that. It's unbelievable. We've heard also before, and that's a very strong discussion we can have here on degrowth. I mean, you remember when all the panelists, and especially the Ernst Ulrich Weizsäcker, were positioning out that it's since 50 years, he's telling this, growth isn't an option anymore. And it isn't an option since, not an option for only the status today, it's not an option since 50 years actually anymore. How can we support in our work, on our daily experience, in our daily work, how can we try to at least, if not degrowth, but help sustainable development, sustainable production? Of course, we need to produce something, we need to work on something that somebody out there is buying or paying money for. But nevertheless, we have quite a leverage. We can decide on many levels, or some of us at least, on many levels, how we produce, how we spend the time, the work in offices or at home. Do we turn off the lights, etc., etc.? The question is really, how could we now, as we have heard, it's very frustrating Another aspect, it's very frustrating to hear that running on street, getting political activism out there is just not paying back because there is no fundamental wide reaction on that. If you have perspectives on that, please come and join the stage. As I said at the beginning, utilize what you have heard as a map and a compass, and let's try to find a pathway to the ideal work of the future. Somebody who would like to join? Please. Just feel free, there's 5 free seats, and the microphone's back there. Anna, great, thank you. Just sit down and start.
Okay, hello everybody. My name is Alexei Stablev, and I'm head of the project Immaterial Future. Basically, I came here because the subject that has been discussed is very relative to what we are doing, and I wanted to see if there were any like-minded people here, and that is a miraculous chance to promote what we are thinking about, because this is exactly what you have asked about. So I'm a musician by profession. I play cello since decades at a relatively high professional level, in a string quartet, in a chamber orchestra all over the world, and so on. But since like 10 years, I instantly turned my career into the venture investments field, and due to many reasons, out of curiosity mostly, and also because I understood that there is a certain limit for me as a creator to be really to develop further, because I either am in a very narrow circle of those who are demanded and welcome everywhere, or I'm an independent creator who cannot go beyond the frames and so on. So all this together, sorry for bothering you with my story, brought me to the project which we are developing now. That came from from these 2 starting points, right? So there are a lot of people who want to create, who see this meaning of their lives in creating something, and what they really miss, they miss models for making this sustainable, for their products to be demanded and so on. Now let's go from the other side and see all other billions of people who work in marketing departments of the corporations, dedicating their life to proceed to convince people to buy things they don't need. And this is something that people really sacrifice their lives for decades, which they really hate and which frustrates them deeply. What then? What can we do as a society to combine these 2 things? So people want to create, but they have to promote these growth, say, and consumption and so on. That's how we came to the idea of shifting the general paradigm of growth or degrowth, or whatever you call it, towards the immaterial production and consumption. Of course, culture is not the only field of these immaterial, where these immaterial things could be produced and consumed, but this is very important things, as long as you do not consider culture as something that entertains you and something that you can put aside in first turn, and then, okay, thank you very much for your symphony, I'll go and buy a new car, new clothes, and so on. No, if the potential result, potential achievement could be considered by a lot of people in the field of cultural consumption, let's imagine that would be another level of economics, and then people who want to create would be probably recognized as important, socially recognized, I mean, as important members of the society. And this is what we do. I'm about to finish to introduce and to give my answer. So just to, if some of you will want to go on with this subject, so on Saturday we are having here at Ars Electronica several panels, and what we did basically, we asked if there is anybody in the world who is thinking about that, who is doing something, who is trying to bring this venture capital, I beg my pardon for using these words, because this is totally contrast to everything I said before, but we tried to understand if this approach of starting the edge engine with the funding from the venture capital is actually possible in case there is somebody who wants to build these sustainable models for culture. So this is what we're exploring. This is what we started doing, starting the Caltech Accelerator, which we started in January in Vienna this year, and which we already had a first batch on Saturday at 1 o'clock in this same building. We are going to present the results of our startups. So this is the setup, and I'm very glad to answer any questions, or which is even better to listen to some answers. Do you think it's possible or not?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Ernst, and I was really amazed by the four speakers earlier. Like, you had so much to say, and there was especially one thing that I want to quote from Maria. She was saying that in the Philippines they had troubles accepting the digital transformation because the concept was just so abstract to them in the beginning. And then I was wondering, if I think of work of the future, how far can I go? Like, where is the limit of my imagination? What am I used to? What concepts have I been introduced to? And where is my personal limit? And then I was thinking, yeah, they learn from other people all over the world. And I think that is exactly what we need to do as well. That is what globalization and also the technology coming now and being more and more effective allows us to do. And if I talk or imagine work of the future, I'm thinking of identity as well, as Jean-Paul said, work as identity, maybe as a hobby that I do because I love it. I just love what I do. And all the rest is like on the side. And hoping that we could appreciate everyone doing their part would be a really crucial thing for me as well, because at home, for example, I do housework, not because I like it, but because it has to be done. And not a typical housewife type, but still, I contribute, right, so that it works. And I think that would also maybe work for us as society, maybe even globally. Now I'm starting to really dream, but that is what I think that we actually need as humanity.
Yeah, hello. Thank you. I am Andreas from Graz. I am not a member of the Future Caring Society of Professionals, and I don't want to make a promotion of my projects. I think it's a little bit difficult. I have heard here a lot what I would call, sorry, my English is not so in practice in the moment, an utopian causes socialism for privileged people, because this is all what we are speaking about. The main question is how to share the surplus productivity which we got and which we will get through digitalization of society and industry. Because when you see now Amazon, yes, and all these other big players, they are very rich people and millions of people who are working nearly as digital slaves, the people who are working in the post office and all other things like this. And the truth is, I think, China is getting bigger, and this is far away from decreasing, from degrowth. They are increasing, they are strong, they are investing. And if you come to Austria, if you see the security guards outside working here, they have 60-hour regular job, working limit per week and 12 hours per day. And this has not been before 5 years ago. So in reality, for most of the people worldwide, the conditions of their daily struggle for life is getting worse. And so I don't see the utopia, I see maybe the fight for the rights against big companies. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much on that.
I think maybe my comment is not, it's in a way related to what was just said, because I mean, talking about a personal project again, but just as an example, I'm a sociologist and I work a lot with architects, and I have now, I work on one project where we sort of say redesign the headquarters of a big media company. And what sort of say puzzles me currently is we think a lot about work and what it means, and what is very puzzling in a way is that sort of say this company, they were struggling because the people didn't want to go to the office, sort of say after Corona anymore, and there was this kind of home office situation, and then they started to ask themselves why, and they thought, okay, do we maybe need a kind of more fancy office space? Do we need more shared office? Do we need a more digital office whatsoever? And we said then, we don't know the answer, but if you sort of say want to work with us, what we would do is we would like to go to each department in your company and just talk to people what they do and how they perceive the current space they're in. And what was for me very fascinating was that sort of say by doing that, and then sort of say by making designs out of it and talking to the CEOs, what we started was a discussion on the quality of work. And what we realized is that it was oftentimes then about things that sort of say, it is sort of say, the whole project became then sort of say very much down to earth. It was not about fancy ideas of offices anymore. It was about where are spaces where people can do quiet work and do focused work. Where are sort of say, where do I get a nice meal from and stuff like that. And I have the feeling, it sounds a little bit boring, but I have the feeling when we also talk about the future of work, what we should not forget is this question of how do we want to work and under which kind of conditions. Because I have the feeling, so to say, oftentimes it can be also dangerous. I mean, of course, we need visionary and big concepts, but on the other hand, I think we should not forget this kind of micro level of what are very concrete conditions of work, because I have the feeling at least approaching things from that perspective can also change our way of thinking about what the future of work means. And yeah, this is just one statement from my personal work.
Thank you, Bernard.
Yeah, I would also like to add some of my insight of my personal work. But thanks for the very good inputs, and this showed how diverse all these problems are, or all these different needs we have about the future of the work. Yeah, I'm Sigrid Bürstmann, and I'm teaching at the University of Applied Sciences in Graz at the Institute of Design and Communication. And what I see or experienced from our graduates and also from our students, they really care a lot of social issues. So they do a lot of collaborations. They working in interdisciplinary teams. They do the co-working. They have co-working spaces, of course. They using open source tools. They really share their ideas, and I think that's a really, yeah, from me a really good and optimistic approach where how they deal with their work. And also when it comes to their thesis, so which topics they choose for their bachelor or for their master thesis, I realized they now also working a lot with the topic new work, or one of my students is just now finding out what we discussed already, how many female students we have and we have a lot more female students. But then when we take a look at the business side, where are all these female design students? Yeah, and I'm very proud of all my students dealing with all these good topics, and yeah, which makes me optimistic.
Yeah, I wanted to add, I think that the future of work implies community building, because just as the recent report of Club of Rome, for example, also said, the biggest threat is not climate change or other threats. One of the biggest threats is us, ourselves, the collapse of our society, that we don't stick together. And I think a lot of work in the future needs to be put in to fix this. So I see 3 types of work. One is for survival, one is for individual purpose, and the third one is for common purpose. So that's it.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. I agree with you, and I think the future is in the education in the young generation, because if we educate in a way to the children where they know they can make a difference right now while they're learning. They're not just learning for making a test and having a good degree and waiting until the end, but actually they can really participate now, because they are the ones who really care the most about the future. And so I'm sitting here for a reason with my bag here, Plastic Free Boy. The Plastic Free Boy is sitting up, he's 16 now. He's sitting up there in a workshop talking about plastic and bioplastic and how we can go into circular economy. But I'm from Linz, but I live in Australia. And for the last 6 years, I've been working with him since he's 11 in front of the camera. So I love to work. I love to work what I do, and that makes films about the things that I care about, and they're usually social and environmental issues. And my son, he grew up, he wanted to be an actor, and he was very caring about turtles in the ocean, and he saw turtles being put back in the ocean because they had ingested plastic. He saw what was happening. He told the kids in school, and they said, "Why, they're just stupid for eating plastic." So he said to me, and he said, "What can I say so people care?" And I asked him, would you like to tell the story of the turtles? So we made a film with him in front of the camera, and in Australia we have a really good name in the whole nation. And we made a film with him in front of the camera called Plastic Alarm, and it's gone to 1 million students in Australia and overseas. And now we have a new one called Plan B, full of solutions to protect coral reefs, for the last 2 years. And because we think we don't have a planet B, we have only a planet A, so we have to have a plan B for planet A. And that is to really get the kids to understand they are the future, and they can do it right now. It doesn't matter if you're 3 to 5 year old, you can actually tell their parents not to use single-use coffee cups or single-use bottles. And so we are here, we're actually showing a film, Plan B, here in the one of the places. We haven't even seen it yet. But it's basically, we're collecting solutions, and I think that kids, once they understand while they're in school what the problems are and what they can work on to create the solutions, that part of the passion while they're learning can become their future work. So they've been practicing it already while they're growing. They can change, and they can evolve with each other if we give them the chance to connect them digitally with each other, which thanks to COVID is happening better. And then they will create their future out of their passion, which they have already investigated during the learning process. And I think that is collaboration is number one, of course, and the environment is the main focus. Yeah, thank you.
Hello. Thank you all for the very nice and interesting talks. And I kind of want to bring it back to one of the first things that you said, is that when you describe a person, often they relate part of who they are to what they do as a job. And I'm from the Netherlands. I've also lived a time in America. And I often see that this is indeed the case, that people sort of attach their self-identity to what they do for work. And also very much in America, sort of the mentality is you work until you die, people don't take vacations, they're kind of trapped in their work. So what I also see around in my own experience, I'm now entering the working field myself, and a lot of the young people kind of want to steer away from this, and they find it kind of a shame that they have to sort of give up one of their most valuable resources, which is your time, to just become part of this system where you work this 40-hour job. And I think that is one of the best opportunities I think now that the pandemic has given, is that you see a lot of initiatives that try to experiment with the 30-hour work week, what you see in the Scandinavian countries, or the flexibility of home office, that people can do remote working, indeed how you were working at the beach. And I think this gives the opportunity more to people that they can align sort of their self-interests and with their passion for what they do, because it's very lovely if you love what you do for work, but I think for a lot of people this is not the case, and that's why we should keep experimenting with different types of work systems so that people can more and more align their own self-interest and with also the way that they can work best, I'd say.
I would like to answer to this colleague who mentioned that for a lot of people there's not such a shining future of the work because they are in very bad jobs like this Amazon delivery services. And I think that's true, and that's because I think we have to free people from the need of work, because it will be a very strong emancipation if you don't have to work, and if Amazon is going to you and tell you to do some really bad work, then you can say no, because you don't have to survive. And if you can say no, they have to think about something to make you do what they want. So maybe they have to pay you enough, or they have to make some other offers that will bring you to the point that you say, okay, I will do it. But you don't have to work for your existence. And then when you can say no, no one can just do something like Amazon do and just grow bigger and bigger and become richer and richer, and you are the little one who has all the bad things of it. And I think that's one of the biggest benefit of an unconditional basic income, because you can say no, and that's the biggest emancipation of workers that you can imagine. And like this, you can avoid something bad what is now happening. And if we want another future of the work, and future which is fulfilling, and I think people will not stop working because work is part of identity. So they will continue, but they will not continue with everything, but just with something which is okay for both sides, which is okay for Amazon and okay for the delivery service.
So, a couple of comments. Well, let me do a general one. I definitely agree that there is an element of capitalism that has gone wild. And personally, I am absolutely welcoming unions. And although I work in Italy, I do respond to you. Yes, I welcome unions in technology. As an Italian, let me tell you, I would welcome my union to live in this world instead of being still in the 19th century. But that's a very personal perspective, because exactly like you said, the people at Amazon needs to be supported. The people that are doing awful jobs in our own cities needs to be supported. So that this is absolutely a given. And when I was talking about work, I'm talking about the work you are referring to, which is a fulfilling one that is a certain number of hours, the one that you decide, and that allows you to get somewhere, right? And where you want to go. I cannot resist telling you that I have already subscribed a couple of friends to the movement of the liberation of marketing people in corporation from the guy before. The very last one is talking about work and cities, work and spaces. One element that we should consider, and I think your generation has a great opportunity, is how work is going to be embedded into the place. There is a nice book called The Placemakers, right? COVID has dramatically changed work, and work has dramatically impacted our cities, right? Not by chance, all mayors were saying, come back to the office, because you have an amount of economy connected to the fact that you go to the office, you have a drink in the morning, you go to the restaurants for lunch, you do stuff, right? So one thing to add to this discussion to me is how work and spaces are going to change. My recommendation is go and seek for Venywhere. Is a Venice project started by the University of Venice, Ca' Foscari. And the idea is exactly that, is saying, can we redesign a city that is a museum today to become the city for the people that can work from anywhere? Instead of your beaches, a Campiello in Venezia. And they're actually starting doing that. And what they do is they are not providing co-working spaces that are the fake corporate office, like WeWork, where you create a new corporate office for everybody, but they're actually using empty spaces of real ventures. So you can work in a room close to an artisan, in a foundation, in a museum, in a research center. And so the way in which work can be redesigned in a way that you can choose where to go and choose with whom to work to a certain perspective is very fascinating. So that's another dimension that you should consider.
I just wanted to make a quick share with you, because I just realized how disturbing this picture message was. There is a totally screwed up ecosystem. The powerful elites that have the option have chosen their exit strategy, and we're not aware of what's going on because we are highly entertained by virtual realities or distracted by them. So, powerful picture message. Yeah, and what I wanted to share with you was a quote that disturbed me quite similarly, and it is from David Graeber, as some of you might know, and he said, "The concept of work-life balance is bullshit. It's always life." So maybe we should take 10 steps back and ask ourselves, what is work actually? What's wrong with the assumption, is Michael working already again, or is he still at home with the kids? Maybe everything we do for ourselves and for others can be considered work. A radical concept. Taking that into account, it would be a very ambitious art project not to work. That's what I want to leave you with.
Thank you very much. Talking about art projects, there's also one radical thought that we had at the laboratory not that long ago, talking about the success of the concept of art and science. How art and science has contributed into the communication with arts and with scientists about arts and about scientists to a way broader audience than it ever would have met within the arts or within the science on the first place. A very, very successful concept on that scale. And by this discussion today,
that reminded me to a potentially power that would be embedded in the same combination, but thinking about art and governance. How would we be able to express and talk to a way broader audience as artists, contributing to simply understanding the necessities that are given in the consequences of governance. And I think that would be, it's just like one thought picked up from you more or less, because that is, as I imagine your piece being a sound piece for some sense, but nevertheless, thank you for that contribution. I also would like to, before Markus comes to word, would like to ask you for a new topic or a new idea that already has been touched by so many already. We are, when we are in the age of choosing our work or choosing our career, we very often think about what I am interested in, what is the right thing, you know, for me out there. And I really think that we need also in education press a button that extends this notion on what is interesting for me to what the world needs. So if we, covering both, I'm not saying just thinking about what the world needs, but covering both kind of directions would automatically lead not only to your interests and talents for generating income, it would lead to this perspective of generating and bringing in your talents into generating income, but for the better means of the world as well. So from this, it's a cultural change on that level, individual-centered perspective towards work. Maybe we should rethink as corporates as well as individuals, the bosses in HR departments as well as the workers, thinking about from the individual-centered perspective to a planet-centered perspective, what the world could benefit from this next step. But I would like to hand over to Markus now. And of course, yes, please, if you have to share something with us, please join the stage.
I had the urge to respond to, or not respond, but share a little anecdote, and I think you already incorporated that. I was trying to understand the measurability of success of what we're calling work at the moment. On the one hand, it's the paid contribution, and then it's the, as you were mentioning, the part that we contribute to society at large and build community, and then there's the passion. I had an unfortunate or fortunate experience where I wanted to work with a group of street sweepers in Johannesburg, the people that come out at night to clean the streets, that get very poorly paid by government, but nevertheless they've got a job and they do their job. That's the attitude of the government, unfortunately. And I wanted them to do an art project with me at night where we were going to sweep a whole of light bulbs down the street and kind of talk about illuminating the streets, and fun project. And I was told no by the higher powers of the city. And when I asked why, they said no, because we must make sure that the people sweeping the street only think of the next square meter. Because if they think of the next square meter, they'll just keep moving forward. We must not let them think beyond that, because thinking beyond that means they will slowly start to rise. Because it's a really depressing moment when you actually have someone in front of you telling you this. Luckily, that person is no longer in power. But nevertheless, the reality is that is what we're facing. We're not facing this group of people who believe in this change. We're facing people that believe in that mentality. And so I, as an artist, and as an artist, as a human, constantly am confronted in my practice with that conditioned thinking. And my big question right now that's come up, and why I want to ask, I don't have an answer, is how to tackle that individual that says no and puts a line down because they're trying to control the masses that are still feeding their system because that's the way they know how to operate. And so I don't yet have an answer on how to, I mean, I've got strategies, you go around the back of them. But the reality is that there's no measure of success for that person to understand yet that they're going to do their job better because they're thinking differently about their space, or that they will have more job satisfaction. So that sense of measurability and accountability somehow by the person that's in power is running through my mind. So I just want to share that little anecdote and the frustration of trying to make projects in these spaces that try to create place through community belief that is being stopped by narrow-mindedness.
I wanted to address the comment a while ago about like, what if you're stuck in a job that you don't like? Now, this isn't really true for everybody, but I find that a lot of times this is true, and this is me speaking from a country that is really primarily in poverty. So I understand what you mean when you say it's like you're feeling stuck in a certain job. But one of the things that we've noticed, especially with since I work with developing industries in the Philippines, is that a big portion of the time, again, not all the time, there are times where you really have no control over that, but a big part of the time, the stuckness is a perspective issue. It's not really true. Again, not for all situations, but a lot of them are. Because we think that, probably because we feel bad, we think that those are the only options that we have. But a lot of times that we actually have more options of work than we think. Again, with the whole world moving into digital and being borderless now, that's something that I think we could look into. The world isn't that small. So, for example, like the example that I gave you a while ago about the beach, Boracay, people there could have been stuck with 200 euros a month, and that's it, because that's all the province could give. But if you look beyond that, and you'd realize that there are more opportunities and that there are actually things out there. Given that, sometimes also when the opportunities aren't there, I'd like you to try to consider, what if you started something yourself? In the Philippines, I know and a while ago, we've been talking a lot about like large corporations. There's that, but there's also small businesses. I'm a little surprised that the small and medium-sized enterprise, we don't talk a lot about that. But that's actually, I think, a very powerful entity to have. You could think of it this way. We always look at the big corporations and think giants, hard to defeat, hard to go against. But if it's something that you really want to go against, if that's what you really want to do, you don't need another giant all the time. You can go with, let's say, a swarm of something. It's like if you have like 1,000 small and medium enterprises doing the same, having the same values that you want to push. Like for example, there's a movement in the Philippines right now of social enterprises, which are basically profit companies, but they're doing this primarily for social costs. Like for example, products that use non-harmful chemicals, not chemicals, or natural things. And there are actually a rise of a lot of these small and medium enterprises who believe that products should be done that way and not the products that are being produced by the big corporations. Now, if you have if you have enough of those small and medium enterprises doing that, you can actually create the change. You don't need like one giant, you can have like a lot of little ones. And the interesting thing about having that type of setup is that they're more difficult to kill. Giants are one entity. You kill it, it's dead, but a swarm is kind of difficult to kill. You destroy one company, the movement isn't dead, right? So that's just something that, I kind of want to impart. Maybe it's something that you can think about.
Thank you very much.
I really would like to give testimonial to you, what you just said. We have social enterprise in Australia as well. And also my son Alian, who the plastic-free boy, when he goes to schools and presents his solutions, his one is speaking, but we also made a cup, for example, a reusable cup. We have been seeing kids starting their own enterprises and starting to make money. My son is getting really paid really well because he's a great public speaker. And for example, at the Asia Pacific City Summit and Mayors Forum in the whole Asian region. But also he was asked by a global advertising agency to speak at the biggest marketing conference in Australasia, which is Umbrella 360. And I said, what would you like him to say? And he said, you should talk to this, he's talking to the CEOs of big companies. And he was asked to tell them what he's doing, why he's doing it, what his audience is, and what they can do to help him. Because we know plastic is a big problem for many countries. And so if my son, he can change the demand. He can change the understanding and the consciousness of the kids to know that if we don't buy single-use plastic bottles, we will harm Pepsi and Coca-Cola. And so, for example, SodaStream contacted us and wanted my son to be a spokesperson for their new VR set, and making SodaStream a solution for Pepsi. But SodaStream just sold out for billions of dollars to Pepsi. So when I got the contract of what it would mean, it said you cannot say anything that would harm SodaStream. So I asked them what would that mean, what could he not or could he not say? So they said he cannot talk about microplastic. Meaning, I think from a company point of view, we want to sell products, we want to make profit. From a young person point of view, we want to have a future without plastic problem in our stomach, in everywhere. So we can help sell the solution, but we have to work together. So from a young person perspective, like you said, we can have many, we can create a solution and sell the solution, or we can tell everybody, don't buy the problem. So I agree with you that, and he is 16 years old and he is a professional. He can make money from public speaking and share his films in schools. So, and also he's working with Philippine with groups in universities already. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Come on, guys. There are still some few which haven't been on stage yet. I think what we can come up to summarize slowly what we have seen or spoken about today as well. If there's really no one coming back from that row. Closing is really difficult because so many things have been touched here, and one that sticks also to my mind was Andreas mentioning that we need not only visions, we also need to speak out requests, and I think that is a very, very important notion on how to move that forward. That leads, of course, to political activism. That leads, of course, to going out on the street and continue what many of you, what Christa Sommerer, she was just like in the last panel talking as well, is addressing to. We can't stop doing what we do. And very nicely in the morning described by Markus Neustädter with your plastic ball full of water, shoveling uphill as an art piece, a continuous art piece. And I may quote Markus Neustädter for this end of this panel, don't stop. Thanks a lot. Oh, wait a minute. The program goes on, of course. In the deep space tonight, the Futurelab night performances is more or less a
a living research report of what we did in the last year with partners. You'll see, and you've mentioned it already, Jean-Paulo, there will be also a presentation of the visualization that we did together, but there will also be outcomes of the last year collaboration with Vacuum. There will be single individual artists in residence we had throughout the year in these night performances. Single members of the laboratory and the Ars Electronica Center are going to perform until 11 o'clock at night. And one, of course, star in this evening tonight is Makina Mikawa, and she is performing. She's wearing a sensor network that is reading her brain activity and bodily activity and contributing to the visualization that is live generated while she is playing a composition from Ali Nikrang and Richard Carr, his AI composition companion. Hope to see you all there at the night in the deep space at the Ars Electronica Center. This program, the afternoon sessions here, are over. Thanks a lot. Bye.